still, even though the time is imminent and the alarm clocks have been going off for the last 2 years now for y'all to wake the fuck up. We are in, it's go time, basically. Dead asleep still, even though the, thank you, Willa, for the YouTube chime in. Sorry about that, y'all. I always forget it. This thing just goes and goes. There we are. It goes and goes whenever you're trying to talk. Anyway, we been trying to wake people. Oh, there she is. Hey, Faye. We've been trying to wake people up at the Drop Squad. Well, not just the Drop Squad, because the Drop Squad Live technically has only been alive for the last 4 months, because we started, I believe, in May or the first week of June. Anyway, however, the point I'm making is about this show that I'm watching behind me called Westworld. Anyway, so here at the Drop Squad, we've been trying to wake people up, but before we started the Drop Squad, I can say for myself as an individual, I've been trying to wake people up for years now through social media. As soon as I started to unravel, as the sane world would say, I was still in college and kind of just drifting by in the world, because, you know, my father had passed when I was 21, and I wanted to keep my promise to him, and I fulfilled that promise. I did what he asked, and it was for the best for me in the end anyway, because I finally understood what him and my mother were trying to do with me. So I'm forever grateful to my father for that. Anyway, like I was saying, all right, so when I started to quote unquote unravel, I began, I guess you would say it was around 2016 ish, you know, when Trump was first running for office, you know. Anyway, I started to notice that everything was coming, just, it just felt like we were in a, it felt like living in a loop of the movie Back to the Future. And what else? See, this is the problem, because Hollywood has been telling these stories for, you know, basically the entire time that they've been around, you know. So it's the funny thing that I love about this whole Hollywood shit is that Hollywood in the story, if you're that type of person, you need to look at life as like a story in order to make sense of everything. Um and to safeguard your own peace of mind from like being like me, which I call unraveling. Hollywood has been in existence doing these same type of movies every decade. So it doesn't matter what time, what generation you come from in this story, Hollywood has been there as the spine of it all for each generation that comes along every 10 years. There's always a story with the same exact narrative. And in the world we're living, yes, you know, however, they have a saying where it goes, art imitates life. Or is it backwards, where life is imitating art? Anyway, make of that what you will. Do what you want to do with that you know, thought. Anyway, my point, let me get to it with this Westworld. I'm watching it and I'm realizing that they have been trying to tell us what they're going to do the entire time. See, the thing with what I'm noticing as a participant in social media, I have been on Instagram since its inception, since its first year that it was released on the market, which was 10 years ago, 2010. You can go to my Instagram page right now and check it, and you'll see nothing I nothing I'm saying is untrue. I've been there. So I've been the witness to this social media shit since its inception, at least from the Instagram point of view, right? All right. So my point with this show that I'm trying to make is that nothing that we are seeing is supposed to catch you by surprise. And I say that because the whole point of it all is just like a person who's reading a book. Nothing is going to be surprise to two people: the author of the book, whoever writes it, and the reader, the participant who reads it. The reader has the job, however, of being a fresh set of eyes to a story. So therefore, in life, for us, that's exactly what it is. Excuse me. Ooh. Where was I going? Westworld. With Westworld, we've been telling people for the longest to know, to wake up, at least in the conscious community, right? We've been telling y'all to wake up for the longest, but the thing is, when people wake up, it's a whole nother ball game once the participant finally is awoken like you want them to be. But it's not easy as to how you do the next steps. If y'all were with us in the last show, I said something similar to this. I said, well, it's one thing to tell people to try to wake them up, but it's a whole nother thing to get a person to be awake with you and for them to understand what the hell is going on. That's a whole nother different ball game. And I remember it now. Me and Oliver were speaking about this. The age of Aquarius, as you all know, people have been saying that the age of Aquarius is coming. We've been saying that for, the longest, at least this last decade that we just left, from 2010 to 19, that whole, infraction of time, whatever. I said on the last show, I said the age of Aquarius is one thing to tell people that it's coming and then for it to get here. However, it's not the same thing when people finally wake up to that. And then you're left with the question of, okay, what's next? What now? And what I meant by that, I was explaining to you all, the viewers, about how, yeah, we can, people that are in the conscious, in the here and now, as me and you were talking, it's one thing to live half of your life, standing on the corner on your soapbox, screaming at everybody to wake up. But it's a whole nother thing when you get them to be awake. And then that leaves you vulnerable because now you've gotten what you asked for. Now, what do you do with it? Where do you go from here? And that is what I mean by it can become a problem for you, because just like in this show, Westworld, they make the people, it's basically like a video game in real life. That's what the Westworld show is about. Everyone, I'm gonna give y'all a little quick synopsis premise of what this show basically is from what I've been seeing for the last 2 days that I've been watching it. The premise of it is basically a video game. The people, the corporation that's called Westworld, the creators are just like basically what we equate and know of as people like YouTube and Facebook. And then they have the consumers, right? Which they call guests. So you can be a guest and then you can get into the creator game. Well, that's basically the whole story with YouTube, if you really think of it. Because with YouTube is very much a platform where you can come to watch videos, how they got their start. It started off as a place where people at work, um, who have their own computers, they could get on this website called YouTube, look at funny animal, videos about pets and, all these trivial human emotion type of things that we look and rely to in order to relax more and have more of a steady downtime throughout our day, no matter what we're doing, right? That's what Blockbuster's whole premises was about. People work their whole week to just to get to that one day, that Friday night, right? School children as well work our whole week, and then Friday we look at it as a prize day because Friday is the day where we have been programmed in our mind to think of our vacation day. It's our day where we can work a little bit, but not so much as we did the previous last 5 days, six six days, because 7 is Saturday, which is the Sabbath. So yeah. Anyway, we look at Blockbuster as that. That was our carrot on the stick dangled in front of us, right? Well, now that we're here in 2020, that whole thing, that whole carrot, dangle thing, that is the premise of what we have made. We have turned that whole premise, instead of just one day, we've turned it into a whole week, a whole lifestyle of day where every day is the same. You don't have to wait till Friday like we did in the 90s when we were kids. We do good in school. We study for our whatever the test is that the teacher has been um telling us to get ready for all week. We do the review Thursday night for homework, and then when we wake up on test day at home before we go to school, we if we're lucky, we have our parents still at the house with us before they take us to school or send us off to our bus stop. They'll review the same test questions that you're going to have to, take the test on later. And if you pass, once you take the test, you do good, you get your grade back on that test, and it's an A or whatever. Now you got your golden ticket. You got your Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory gold ticket that you can take home to mama and daddy and say, look, I did study. It paid off. I made an A. Now, can I bargain with you and get a ride to Blockbuster, and then we go to Pizza Hut and get a pizza, right? I know because I lived that life. That was it for us. Life was simple back then in the 90s, right? That was it. Now, when you are raised to be like that as a child, though, you have to start wondering, well, what am I going to do when I become an adult, right? Now, I don't have to make a whole story about how that whole thing is, because it's really, we do the same thing that made us happy when we were children. And that's exactly what we're living through right now today in 2020. We're seeing it in full clarity and full, 2020 focus, right? All of us who were kids that played the video games, we rode our bikes. Social media didn't exist in the 90s. Internet was relatively a new thing, but here's the real kicker to that. Just like my father was in the military for 30 years and seen the military do things a certain way and get how they would get things done. The military always had this same type of internet access that we know of today. The military are the people that have it first before anybody, and that's how it goes. What I'm trying to always teach you guys to realize about is exactly that right there, because we are thinking that the year 2000 Y2K is the year of where internet was born, and that's not true. Kids that are born in 99 and 2000, though, they don't know that. You understand? They don't, they think that it's always, been here the way that they're using it now, and that's not true. Back when they were just babies, and some of them, at that time weren't even born, even then, the internet was a new thing, but not to everybody. It was already something in existence, is what I'm telling y'all. When we got it, by the time it came to us, by the time it came to the home front of everybody and became what corporations call household name, household familiarity, um it had already been in existence well over at least 30 years. Okay, all of it. By the time 2000, 1999, 2000 come along, and everybody is getting internet access, AOL, Southwestern Bell, which is what we had in my household. We had it through Southwestern Bell. Then here comes Big Bad Xfinity. Only back then they weren't known as Xfinity as you know them today. They were called what? Comcast. That's right. Okay. So back then it was a dial-up game. AOL. It used to be where AOL, um America Online, that's the acronym that it stood for, used to be, you had to get, in order to get access, internet access through them, you had to get one of their discs. Now here's the kicker. AOL was kind of smart about it, because with internet, they had the disc thing, CD-ROMs, right? CD-ROM, you could get these discs at any, pretty much, I want to say, sometimes you could get them in the newspaper if you had it delivered to your house, or if you got it from the newspaper box, or you could get them from magazines. And there were a lot of other ways that they used to do it back then. Anyway, though, it was a much simpler game, because it wasn't as fast as we know of it at the way we know it today. Just it's like that, like the commercial, the J.G. Whitworth. It's my money and I want it now. That type of thing. It was dial up, meaning if you had a computer, if you had a laptop, your computer likely came with this plug-in at the back of it or the side, where it looked like you could put in a telephone line cord into it. I think they call that LAN, LAN or whatever. Anyway, that's where everyone started from today. Like the millennial generation, the real millennial generation, born of the 80s and early 90s. That's where we came from, right? So in those days, internet was a new thing the way we know it today. It wasn't a social media, a social driven media medium as it is today. It was more so, before then it was just military government access type interface thing that they used for, doing what they do, killing people, finding people, spying, right? So it was in a way, it was much simpler than the complications that we know of today. Now, back to Westworld. Where does Westworld fit into all of this? Like I said, technology today is a lot like this show, Westworld. It's a show that's basically, its premise is they build up human being looking bots, robots or whatever. They call them hosts. And these hosts are built, in like certain frame of time, several different genres and time periods. All of them, though, eventually it becomes like an iRobot thing, and they all snap and just go off the fucking rails. And that's pretty much where the second season, what I'm on now, is happening. Trying to work my way up to the third season. Anyway, they snap, and it becomes a story very much similar to us here at the here and now, where we're at. Because if you really think about it, what's happening to us in our reality of actuality, we're living in a time where genetically modified organisms have become basically the top of the pyramid food chain, or whatever hierarchy, if you will. Plant-based food. Now, people, this is the problem with people, because people don't realize that they are preyed upon due to their simple ignorance. They're played upon that. Are we not? Yes, indeed, we are. We're played upon with our ignorance. And because of our ignorance, especially here in America, right? The United States corporation, that is. We are preyed upon because of our ignorance, and because we have so much in ignorance in abundance. It's like literally it's everywhere. You couldn't get rid of it if you wanted, because there's too much of it, in existence. Anyway, what that means is, because we have nothing but an overflow of ignorance where we are located, we are very we appeal to those that are very fortunate to be wealthy and have lots of money, and so much money that they, when they will spend it on whatever, just to have a good time, just to be entertained. Basically, in America, what I'm starting to understand is that, just like in Westworld, even though it's a TV show, basically we have become no longer like human, if that makes sense. We are, even though we're born as human, we are at a time where being human, you can get fucked up and sacrificed. Just like they do these robot hosts in the show, they making them like cupcakes, round the clock. They making these people. But excuse me, the thing is, they have to give them a backstory because they don't start off as infant babies like you and me. When we are born, coming through the birth canal of our mother by way of our fathers, is a little different. However, the story, the narrative is somewhat still the same. For us, we are, it seems like our society, the people that are in charge of so-called moving the world every day, the stock market type people, bankers, all those type of assholes, we're, so they say, so we've been told most of our life, money makes the world go round, right? We've been told that and told to believe it, even though in truth it's really not the case. What is the case is that it seems as if we're in a time now where, even though we're being um treated and fed these GMO, genetically modified organisms, and that they're putting into all of the crops and the plant food that we eat, it's now crossing over into them doing it with human beings. Like mad cow disease starts off from cows being fed other cows. You understand? So with us, it's, we're being fed other humans. That's the problem. That's the problem with veganism, a lot of it, because people are now no longer saying that they're just strictly vegetarians. They're going for this word called vegan and becoming vegan. However, the problem with that you have to remind yourself to be careful of is the fact that just because something says it's plant-based doesn't mean it's coming from a plant that Mother Nature is supplying organically to us, like coming out the ground. As we know, fruits and vegetables to do for us. That's that's not what plant-based means, even though that's what people think plant-based means. No, plant-based that I'm speaking of, talking to you guys about, what I'm talking about is it's plant-based, all right. Like it that's the thing you got to be careful for. You got to pay attention to the words and the wordplay when you see stuff written or you hear people talking using these catch, code words. It's plant-based food, no doubt, but not in a way that we thinking. I don't give a damn how long you've been in agriculture and food industry. A flower, a plant cannot be turned into sausage. I'm sorry. It just can't. That's not possible. You don't get sausage from an apple. Understand? It's plant-based food, yes. Plant-based, yes, but plant-based, what you have to understand is code word for, yeah, it's made by a plant, but the plant that I'm speaking about is like a meat packing plant, a chicken plant, a beef plant. Tyson, for instance. Ty- Tyson, we know as a company, which is oddly enough, it's based here in Arkansas, I believe. Tyson Chicken, right? That, yeah, that's a plant. However, like I said, you cannot make sausage from a fucking plant. not a flower or anything like that, nothing like from the ground, like that type of plant. You can't make sausage that way. So when you read these labels of these meats, when you go grocery shopping and it says plant-based, that is a code word, okay? It means that, yeah, we say it's plant-based like you want to say. However, it's not the plant-based you think. It's a meat packing plant. That's what they're trying to tell you. But to these young millennials who think they're out here really doing something and helping the environment by going vegan all of a sudden and trying to eat more healthy, that's all good and well. But the thing is that people need to grasp and understand is that the world works in the same way that it's always worked. You've got the young generation, you got young people, the young, the meek and mild, and then you got the elder people who grow up, they get successful, make a business, make profit, and somewhere along the lines, as these elders elevate to their older ages and statuses, they come to understand the way the world truly works. And that is, you can have anything you want, any type of success that you set as a goal for yourself, and you try to climb that ladder, the story will go the same exact way for each and every one of y'all if you only understand the number one golden rule. And what is that rule? Is that money comes from the youth. It comes from the ignorant. It comes from the naive, dumb, and meek and mild, as I just said before. And that's exactly how the world goes. Like the song that I think it's not the Spinners, it's one the Stylistics. People make the world go round. Why? Because people are currency. So we can that's why they call it currency. But that's a whole nother story for another day. Point I'm making is, just like the show Westworld I'm telling y'all about, that's where we are right now. It's the Wild West. The robots in this story are going fucking crazy and Looney Tune up in here and killing everything. All of the human, the guests, they're killing them. And it's the computer, the AI has turned into the ending that, you know, the Terminator movie are all about. Skynet has gone crazy, just like iRobot with Will Smith. It's all the same fucking premise. So therefore, for us outside of the fictional world right here, us in the here and now, the reality, the actuality is what it's supposed to be called, not reality, the actuality of everything. For us, we are living in a time where we're in the twilight zone, and the way the world is making money now, because like I said, the youth are the people with the money, children, the young and dumb who are not at a full 100% completion mentally. And what I mean by that is it takes 25 years for the human brain to fully develop and reach 100%. So that's why I keep saying that money comes from the youth. And that's what elder people who have been veteran in the business game, you know, making money, that side of life. Your stockbrokers, your bankers, your corporation CEO, president, all those fuckwads, that whole thing. What does that mean for us? That means that what I'm telling y'all about all of this shit, even though this is a fictional story, Westworld, we are living it. We've always been living it. It's nothing but a fucking game. Now, the robots, at this point, they realize that it's a game. they losing their fucking mind. They don't know what's happening, but it's like they live life like in a deja vu cycle in this story, basically. However, they are catching up, and just like humans do, you know, you see things happening one too many times, you begin to have an understanding that, hey, wait a minute, something's wrong with this world. It's either I'm going crazy and losing my mind, or something really is going on, and I'm just now seeing it. That's basically night and day to us here now. We're seeing that the ceiling is something above us, but the way that they're teaching us in school, that the solar system we live in and the planet we live on here at Earth, we're taught that the Earth is round. However, it's not making sense, because when you go outside and you look up and you see the sun in the sky, and then a few hours later on that same day, you see it be replaced with this other light called the moon. However, if the world is, they're telling us that the world is spinning, yet you can stand up right now and be frozen still, and still you won't feel like you're moving. Understand? So that's what I'm trying to allude to, is basically we are just like these fictional hosts that they call them in this basically real life animation reanimation of a video game, only they're made like human people. Like I was saying, the way that mad cow disease comes about is through cows being fed other cows. When you're being fed something that you are as well, shit can go way off the rails. And that's where we are right now. We're being fed other humans. So I'm not trying to diss anybody that is a vegan or a vegetarian or whatever. That's cool. What I'm trying to tell people about, it's got nothing to do with whether you're a vegan or a vegetarian. What I'm trying to warn people about is the fact is they are only putting these words on labels just to keep money going. Like I said, young people are the money. We the money to people. So if I got a company, say I'm Tyson's, right? Tyson's Chicken. If I want to make money, but people are now protesting, and all of a sudden they feel a certain way and got a problem with eating chickens all of a sudden, when they've been eating them their whole damn life and love it and ain't complained once, but once they find out how the chicken gets on their plate, all of a sudden they got a problem with it and want to stand outside the company building, outside the doors, screaming and raising hell, talking about, you murderers, you sick bastard. Well, you sick too, if you really think about it. You understand? So we at that point where just because they say it's plant-based and you protest something and you think that you raising hell for so many amount of days, months, or years, maybe, you're not winning. You're just being what they call it, I want to say contended or contested. It's a C word I'm looking for. I can't really think of it right now, but you're just being basically pacified, placated, just like your mom or your dad does when you're a baby and you start crying. You know, they check to see if you're wet, and if that's not what's wrong with you, they suspect that you're hungry. So what do they do to
Sister, I believe the word you're looking for is coddled.
coddle? Yes, yes.
I got your back, sis. I got your back. Go ahead, continue.
Thank you, my bro. So anyway, they coddle you're being coddled. You're not making any waves in the ocean. You're not making any ripples in the water the way you think, just because you now got them to change one of the words on their labels, on their packaging. That's not change, and that's not progress whatsoever. Just because in the 60s white people, uh their kids, the baby boomers, came along, um and they want to be all about peace, but then they grow up and they get to their older same ages as their parents when they were their age. Wait, when they get when hippies get older, they go from, all this tree hugging life and talking about uh save the trees, be kind to the animals, let's mellow out, we're all the same, all that. Just because they do that doesn't mean that that makes them heroes. You can be a hippie all you want, but still later on you're going to sell out and you're going to become just like the people that you out here protesting and beating on your little peace drums and banging on your chest and shit and screaming. you know you're not part of the progression narrative, which is what we see a lot of times. Just because the 60s were the year of love and all that bullshit doesn't mean that they were going to continue on being that way. Well, that's the same for these plant-based type of companies, these corporations. They only pacifying you, coddling you to make more money, but you didn't do anything like you think you did. You made no waves. You did nothing. This was always going to happen sooner or later. They just realized that if we give them what they want and we shut them up now, we can still do exactly what we've been doing, which is what they complaining about. But let's just make them feel good so they'll get the fuck away from our front door and leave us a fuck alone, and stop screaming outside our house when we're trying to sleep. So that's the world that we living in, people. That's it. Don't let these people try to tell you that the civil rights generation really was out here doing something and making waves when they just conceded in the end anyway. So for all of this GMO shit, just because they say it's plant-based, yeah, they say that, but on the real tip, we all know that they're lying, and it's show and prove with them. Because if you crying and you're a parent, you're gonna do whatever it takes to quiet your baby down. So even though we are grown adults, what we continue to see, the youth, they start off young, dumb, and naive. They grow a little bit by the time they reach age 25, and then the switch clicks. And I can say that because when I turned 25, that's when it happened to me, and I noticed it. I went from being all about voting for Democrats and want to, be proud that Barack Obama was president, not really knowing nothing about the man. But once you turn 25, shit changes. It does. And that's exactly what happened for me. And I'm assuming it happened for all of y'all. And I know it did, because just look at social media right now. If somebody makes a post, watch the comments. Look at the comments and look at the way people look at things and give their opinion on whatever the video or the photo posted is pertaining to, you know. So to wrap up my little point, we are a GMO society. The thing is, we are not realizing that we're still being fucked and played with. We're being fucked over, and it's because either you're stupid and you just want to remain stupid because you get a little bit of feel good out of ignorance, because they say ignorance is bliss. So you you rather reject when people are telling you the truth, either for two reasons. One, because you're weak as hell already and don't have a backbone to begin with, or it's two, you get the truth of how things go, and still the truth, you either want to do something about it, but you don't know the way to go about doing it. So you're in limbo between, do I do something even though I don't know exactly what I'm supposed to do, or do I just keep the information that I know something is now, is the truth, it really is going on, and I just ignore it and just leave it alone and not tell people. That's where some of these people are at. Now, for the other percent of us, Drop Squad like-minded people, we know something is fucking wrong. We know something is going on, and we're not going to be quiet about it. Example: sex trafficking, adrenochrome, the kidnapping of underage children across the border, and people that hold the hands of these children walking on camera, just like they did that caravan 2 years ago, talking about these are the people coming that walk for miles through Central America countries and Mexico just to come to the US border. Those people that we saw CNN showing, just because they were holding children hand, that doesn't make them their parents or their family. The reality is that they were handlers of these children, these orphan children. By the way, that the drug cartels would be,
Drop the horn.
out here killing people and leaving children as orphans. Mommy and daddy is dead because Mr. Big Bad hitman that worked for say like the drug cartel people, the Escobars, the who's another one? Pablo Escobar, Felix. I know his name is Felix. He's in the Narco show. And he ran for uh trying to be a politician, I believe, and he rigged some of the votes back in the 90s. Oh shit. Anyway, it's one of them. Get that out the way. So a lot of those people were just handlers, just smuggling in the product, because the drug game is no longer the same that we grew up knowing in the 80s. It ain't about moving weight of cocaine, heroin, marijuana, all that shit. The new game is smuggling children for these Hollywood elite people, DC politicians, and your local state and government higher up politicians, if they make it to that level, if they make it to that door. And who else? Maybe, I don't know, the other billionaires around the world, across Europe, the Vatican, those type of people. The real game changers. If you really want to make money, that's the shit that you got to get into. Smuggling, kidnapping little children and young, naive, teenage, excuse me, y'all, girls, not yet sexually, well, they're kind of sexually active, but still kind of new to the whole ways of the world. They learning about what really make the world go around, and that's these European pervert men that we call sugar daddies, who want to come to these countries calling themselves taking vacations, and they come down and, let's say, Haiti, or the Dominican Republic, or Puerto Rico, Cuba, what, any of these places that are deemed third world poor type countries, right? They come there and because they so rich, they come to the poorest parts of town just to get a little piece of ass from a young child.
Drop
And
the horn.
thank you, bro. So this is what happens, right? So what's really going on that we're noticing is that, all right, like I said, if you really want to make that dough, that real money, you got to get into that smuggling, kidnapping children, and providing them as modern day geisha girl, geisha boy, just what they call them sex houses. They call them madams, and then it's like
Brothels.
brothels, yeah, the cat houses, the brothels. They come to these places, but like I said, you got these European billionaires who don't want to go to these type of places and sleep with age appropriate participant people. You got these sigma fuckers who will come to these countries just for that forbidden type of fruit, which is the
Well,
child. And so that's what's happening. So for the elites in Hollywood, they fit into that area of description because that's what they doing on the low. And they don't want anybody to know about it, but at the same time, they don't want the party to end. They don't want their fun to end. They want the world to change, like people always out here claiming they do. They protesting and always talking about save the children, save the animals, that PETA bullshit. And then on the flip side, they want the world to change. They just don't want it to change to the point where it affects them and their lifestyle and what they love to do in their free time.
yes, sis. Yes, sis. With that being said, everything that the sister said was allegedly. You have to throw that out there. Everything is alleged. For those that know, they know. But
Allegedly.
for lawsuit and you know, uh, just to cover ourselves, everything that's been said is allegedly. With that being
Allegedly.
said, you know, welcome everybody. Welcome, brother David. How you doing, brother David? What's going on?
What up,
Doing
bro?
good, doing good.
Okay,
Everything's
okay.
great. How are you guys?
Great,
Doing great,
brother.
man. Doing great.
With,
Always.
with that being said, too, as well, I have to acknowledge my co-host, Sister Wilhelmina, with the long-winded, informative rant. For those of y'all who have not got what she's saying, rewind that tape because the sister was dropping gems. She was dropping gems. You know what I'm saying? Free jury. So, you know what I'm saying? Put it on and shine.
Yes, yes.
With that being said, my name is Brother Yachida. I am a part of the Drop Squad along with Sister Wilhelmina, Brother O,
Woo, woo, woo.
Brother Dawood, which is one of our generals here,
Yes, yes.
and as well as a host of others who are set to join us in a little while. With that being said, I would like to ride the coattail of what the sister was talking about concerning sex trafficking. She is very, very correct and astute with the fact that you have rich men and rich women that go to these foreign countries for pleasure. Um, this is very true. A perfect example is somebody named Robert Kraft, who owns the Patriot teams, New England Patriots. Robert Kraft was caught up and he fits the description to a T. Billionaire, sugar daddy type, that was caught up in that same type of situation. He was in that brothel.
Mm-hmm.
So to give example of what the sister was saying, it's not something she put out her ass. I'm giving you context. I'm giving you a name for you to go look up.
Mm-hmm.
Robert Kraft, the Kraft food guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, owner of the New England Patriots. Yeah, him, that guy.
All right.
Tom Brady's handler.
Mm-hmm.
But for whatever reasons, Tom Brady broke away from his handlers, so now he's going to Tampa
Mm-hmm.
in a twist of events. But that's a whole other spiel. We'll get into that at a later time. That doesn't apply to what we're talking about now.
Right. To
And
support what you saying, bro, not to interrupt you. I just want to show the people this if they hold on. They can't see it. Y'all can't see it yet. Hold on. This guy right here, I don't know who the hell he is, but this is what's in my inbox on my Instagram at this very moment. As you can see, you see it right there.
expose them.
Sugar Daddy 2029 too.
Mm-hmm.
So
let's zoom into that if we can.
yeah. So
Oh, okay.
what the hell is this all about? I don't know. But I can, from the looks of what he's showing, is he very much fits the description of what I'm talking to y'all about these way these white men do, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Now, why would he be in my inbox talking about some hey, and then his name is Sugar Daddy? Yeah,
I mean,
people, I
it's
don't give a fuck. I'm showing this shit, people. I don't give a fuck about this. We serious at the Drop Squad. You know, we ain't here for playing around. You know, we telling the truth.
Yeah,
Things.
I mean, it's self-evident why he calls himself Sugar Daddy.
Right.
And
And so
for the women that are naive enough to fall for that shit,
right,
he can be a sex trafficker.
absolutely.
A person that sets you up to get kidnapped.
Right. What's this all
That,
about? Why would you have send somebody the message, hey, and then you got this as your name, and then when you click on your profile, you got this shit going on, and this picture right here. If this don't tell y'all, a red light or red flag pops up when you see this shit. For instance, that's a signal for only one thing. And you see this type of shit happening with grown what they call them, social security eligible, like elders, senior citizen people, senior citizen men, especially if they single. You know the type. You see them at the Applebee's, at the bar and shit sometimes. Just there at the bar, drunk off their ass and still eating their food. But you can tell that they lonely for the most part. You know, and this is the type of shit that sometimes they'll say to you. Well, you seem like a pretty nice young lady. How old are you? If you ever need anything, I can be your friend. This is the type of shit that I've heard people say to me too. So what I just said, that shit that has actually happened in my experience. People mistake me because I got the baby face. They think that I'm very young than what I really am, the age I really am.
hey, now you said my name, babyface.
Not to be confused with my brother Babyface, my brother Cliff, your cheater here, but like me myself with the young little fresh baby face over here. People always think that I'm either 15 or teenagers or something, and that to me is code for, oh, he trying to holler. That's a code, pickup line, you know. And I'm glad I had my father in my life as well as my uncles, because they used to warn me about, be careful out here with people. Careful who you run into, careful who you trust, who you be talking to. Because there's people out here, like this gentleman, allegedly, if he even is real, you know.
That's another thing.
These
Just because you see a picture
mm-hmm,
or consistent pictures on a website, that doesn't necessarily mean that that's that person. You know,
Absolutely.
there's the phenomenon called
Right.
catfishing.
Right.
So you think you're talking to somebody,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and all the while it can be a middle-aged man or middle-aged woman. It can be some form of a predator. There's even a show where these men and women, they get exposed for talking to young teenagers, you
Absolutely.
know, and they set up the meet with the cameras and everything, and they catch these people, you know, live in action. It's on seen a few episodes on YouTube. It's a project
Right.
that's going on. It's I'm gonna drop the link in
Yeah.
sometime in the near future. But
Yeah.
yeah, what the sister's saying is very, 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 very important. You know,
Mm-hmm.
you have to watch your children nowadays. You know, TikTok, Instagram, and all of these other social media outlets
Mm-hmm.
are, you know, they are basically, you know, grounds for you know these people to interact with your children.
Right.
You know, a lot of times harmlessly we set up pages for our children thinking, you know, we're gonna monitor them and so on and so forth. But
Yeah.
lo and behold,
I never did understand that logic. Like, why are y'all out here giving your children Instagram pages?
beats me,
Like,
sis. Beats me.
people who just have babies, they out here doing these type of things. They'll make a Instagram for their newborn who just fresh out the womb, like a biscuit in the oven. I don't understand it. I have never
But you
understood it.
know, it's for ego, of course. You know, sometimes they live vicariously through the child, and so the
Mm-hmm.
child could do nothing with those likes. You know,
Right.
all the likes and comments that the child receives, they don't know anything about
Right.
you know, the digital portion
The
and
world.
all of that stuff. That's
Right.
more so for the parent,
Mm-hmm.
you know? And it's sad because here it is, you're living vicariously through that child. And it's like, okay, why are you promoting that child in such a way? You know, it's okay to have your child on your social media, you know, with respect to, you know, family members and friends, of course, you know, showing um, you know, here and there your children. It's
Mm-hmm.
another thing to have a whole platform page and you know geared toward that child as if that child, you know, like what are you trying to do?
What does that child have to gain from this?
Exactly. The parent has everything to gain. And it's kind of to me, it's kind of sick in a
It is.
way because what are you pandering your child?
Right.
You know, I've even seen dogs and
Mm-hmm.
cats with Instagram pages and
Right.
things of that sort. And it's like, why the dog doesn't know anything about Instagram
Right.
or Facebook?
Mm-hmm.
Why does the dog have a page?
Right. And it's like you say, it's all for them. It's all for their ego, you know. And
Mm-hmm.
master teacher again. Uh, Shout out to Seer the Duke of Tears and his queen Empress Selena, who said that it's the word he said it was a Latin word. He said uh something about hubris, which meant false pride. You know,
Right, right.
that's what we're
Hubris.
dealing with in life these days. Is false pride of people. You know, people who never were able to find out who they are for themselves. You know, they don't know who they are. You know, and that's why, you know, college kids are, you notice in college Hollywood always has a way of making these type of films or movies about college people, college age, you know, young folks. Why is that? You know, and not just them, high school even. Why is Hollywood always focused on the love life or life in general of these young people in high school. You know, who cares about they love life at that age? They in high school. That's normal, you know, to have your first kiss, your first boyfriend, girlfriend, or whatever. But to the extent where y'all are grown as people who not only give the green light for these type of things to be filmed and written, but you want to make a movie or whatever about centered around their love life, and
Right.
you do that as a way to cover up what you really want to get, which is access on camera to them being sexual in their sex life. That's what it's really about. But y'all disguising it as it's, oh no, it's an innocent, fun, young, innocent story. It's a coming of age story. It's not what you think. It's not perverse or anything like that. Yes, it is.
What movie are you talking about specifically? You talking about Moonlight?
In any of them, all of
'Cause
them. You know,
Moonlight was one
yeah, I've seen
that I,
Moonlight. Yeah.
and you know, like if it, you know, like I have a literary background, you know,
Mm-hmm.
where I used to read a lot of literature, and I still do,
Right.
but not as much as when I was younger. So, you
Mm-hmm.
know, everything from the Vagina Monologues to all the way up into A Separate Piece by Robert Knowles. Um, and just watching that movie, and you could kind of see visually the themes and the motifs that they're trying to give off
Mm-hmm.
very subtly. And in that movie, it was, like that movie in particular, it was just odd to see, a young gentleman, a young melanated, boy,
Mm-hmm.
like go through, those homosexual experiences,
Right.
um, just like that. And it was kind of weird to see it on the film, the way that they, the cinematography and the way that they wrote it, kind of alluding to
Mm-hmm.
that whole situation, as
Right.
far as the adults wanting to see that kind of mess
Mm-hmm.
under the guise of a coming of age story, like you mentioned.
Right.
And it's just sick. It's just sick. With that being said, touching
Absolutely.
upon earlier with the the individuals traveling and everything like that.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, in these poor countries, to juxtapose, another side of the coin,
Mm-hmm.
with a point that you mentioned, um, a lot of these third world countries, the children are encouraged to do that kind of stuff because, again, I'm not saying it's right, or whatever the case may be, but you
Mm-hmm.
have parents, that are in dire situations, and that's a way that they see to make some fast money,
Right.
to maintain maybe a certain way of a certain lifestyle, or just to get ahead a little bit from poverty, out of poverty. And it's sad because we do it here in the States. Um, for instance, let's look at Star Search. Let's
Mm-hmm.
look at all of these other different beauty pageants where we adulterate the child, all for America's consumption.
Mm-hmm.
So we look at these little beauty pageants, Little Miss America and whatever, and these children are like, they're painted up, they're dolled up and everything
Right.
for these pedophiles. And
Right.
these pedophiles like, oh my god, I like her and she's beautiful, and they have like these weird little fetishes. Like,
Mm-hmm.
what is it with a little girl wearing makeup?
Right.
Like, what's the fascination with that? And to have them say things they don't even know what they're talking about. Hell, some of the Miss America, Miss Universe pageant people don't even know what the fuck they're talking about. How
They
would you
give
in
the
world
most,
peace?
they give the most out there response answers to
Right.
questions. And it's just an indication that they don't even know what the fuck they talking about.
Talking about much less, a 12 or 6-year-old that's in those beauty pageants as well. Like, what are you asking them? Like, they're not philosophically astute. They're not going to give you what you're requiring of. So let's knock the intellectual bullshit out of the way. Let's
Right.
put that to the side.
Right.
So what do we have? We have the beauty, right? And the illusion of a young woman, a young child rather, in certain cases, that is being sexualized.
Right. Absolutely. And that's exactly the case of Brooke Shields' mother.
And we're not even going to go into the casting rooms and, oh, the producer wants to have a one-on-one with you, they're going to make you a star, all that bullshit rhetoric. We know what that's about. Yep. We're not stupid. This is 2020. We know what the casting couch is about.
Right.
We know what I can make you a star means.
We know where this movie begins and ends and how it starts and all of that shit, and
right.
how it's going to come out in the end game form.
We know what the quid pro quo is.
Right.
Hey, you do me a little favor, just do a little something here. You don't have to do it. It's just, it'll help you.
Some strange for a little piece of change.
There you go. You go low to go high. That's always been the agenda. And it's always a quid pro quo. You do this for me, I can make sure you become a star and everything like that. And they play on people's sensibilities. And like I said in the last few episodes that we have, if something is too good to be true, normally it's too good to be true. Nothing out here is for free. If somebody gives you something out of gratuity or whatever, even they benefit from it, because at the end of the day, they walk off feeling better about themselves. So there's no real selfless act out here like that, like people think there is. There's always something to gain.
Right. People ain't out here just doing things out the kindness of their heart.
No, not today. Like, anyway, shit. Mother Teresa, right?
Oh,
allegedly the mother of who?
And that's the thing that be.
Hold on, sister. I asked the question. I said Mother Teresa is the mother of whom?
Dr. Fauci.
Okay, allegedly.
But
yet they paint her to be this, prudent, unblemished person that gave from her heart, and could very well be. But, for those of us that know better, we know better.
Would you say she's like the second coming of Jesus Christ's mom? Mary,
get the fuck out of here.
Or something.
Don't insult my intelligence, okay?
I'm just asking, like, they be trying to make it seem like this woman was so damn innocent and just the second coming of the great beyond or whatever, like.
Don't insult my intelligence, sis. Don't do that. You playing mind games.
I've just always been wondering about that, because like people really put this woman up there, not realizing that they sick. They really doing the opposite of good that you think that they out here doing and making happen for everybody. Nah, son. Them nuns.
Yes, I wanted to kind of share something with the family.
Go ahead. My bad.
I can't because
Oh yeah, my bad. I always forget. That's another thing. Before we end the show, and I got to talk to you about that same thing.
It's all good, sis. It is all good. I'm gonna try to find it for you.
All right.
Uh,
While he does that, y'all, it's just um what I was meant about the Westworld thing. We are very much y'all in the a time loop, like these characters on this show are living in. They realizing that something ain't right about the world, and they finally understanding that, they made us to exist as robots and to live up to these story modes just so they can feel good about themselves as humans. And that's in parallel, that's kind of where we are, like I said, for us in our real world. The robots are taking over the world. And that's true because people are now putting in Amazon and Apple stereo systems, Siri and Alexa now know your whole lifestyle, routine, and everything.
Exhibit A.
Salama bacon. Ooh, yeah,
Just look at this for a second.
the disrespect.
The disrespect. Not only does he have the Marxist, Marxist fist up,
Mm-hmm.
right? We're gonna go into that in a minute.
Yes.
Um, the Marxist fist and everything like that. Black Lives Matter.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, that whole spiel, and how the left is trying to bring in communism, and then from communism you have despotism.
Mm-hmm.
But you see the kente cloth on his head
Right.
in the form of a little small
Fairs.
Turkish fez,
Yep.
little Turkish fez. I just found this funny because they can put this stuff out here and we miss the whole context of it.
Every time.
And here it is, the same people that sees and goes off and, oh my God, he's the best candidate. We got to get Trump out. And he could do the most, like, as far as it comes to so-called black people, or if you're not black,
Right.
if you don't vote for me, you're not black.
Well, it's a fine time for him to finally start telling the truth on that. But we
Yeah,
ain't.
yeah, of course. But here's the thing. It's funny because our people buy into that colloquialism of black.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't understand the legal ramifications of calling ourselves that.
Right.
Now, it's one thing, you're amongst your friends or whatever, and you're speaking on colloquial terms,
Mm-hmm.
regular slang or whatever. That's one thing.
Right.
But to go into certain rooms and certain places and use that appellation, that
Mm-hmm.
title, or that lack thereof as a identity,
Right.
you fall for the banana in the tailpipe.
Every
But
time.
just going with this, I just wanted to highlight the Marxist fist.
Mm-hmm.
We look at that and we identify with that. The fist that is that I'm referring to.
Mm-hmm.
Even going as far as to going to those beauty supply stores and looking at that pick, the hair pick with the fist on it.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
With the peace symbol in the middle. You know, all of this is to get you geared up
you mean this?
for Marxism. All that is to gear you up for Marxism. Here
Yes.
it is. Right there, you have the Democratic Party. Welcome, CNN, the
Yep.
door being America,
Mm-hmm.
Black Lives Matter being the Trojan horse, and inside the Trojan horse is communism.
Mm-hmm.
What our people forget to realize is this. When you go and look up Black Lives Matter, right? And as far as the colloquialism and everything like that, I'm for the energy of our people mattering.
Mm-hmm.
Let's not get it twisted. Our people do matter. So let's put that aside. I've addressed it. Our people does matter.
Right.
Okay. So this is not an attack on that front. I'm not acknowledging. I'm not acknowledging our people. What I'm saying is, our people is not encompassed by one freaking movement that happens to label themselves Black Lives Matter. It's bullshit. The real movement, or the real name of that movement, is Black Lesbians Movement. BLM is Black Lesbian Movement. Okay, let's go into this for a second. The original the three founders right now are three lesbian women, right, of color. And when I say of color, I'm talking about melanated.
Correct.
Correct?
Correct.
Okay. The tenets that they're talking about, the points and what I want you to bring up, I want you to do this, sister. Go and look up their website for me. We're gonna put this shit to bed. This is one of the topics that I brought to the group, I believe yesterday. We're gonna address this shit today.
All right.
If you go and look at the About Us portion of the Black Lives Matter movement.
Yeah, what we believe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Share that with the people
Judge,
when you have a moment.
I think Judge Joe Brown said it best. Start from the bottom going up.
Mm-hmm.
Or it may have been one of y'all, or either a seer. But I know somebody told me, to do it that way. Read it from the bottom going up, and then you start to see what it really makes sense. So let's start there. Can y'all see my screen, by the way?
Bring it in a little bit closer.
Okay.
For the people to see. All right, now, yeah, right there you go.
There we go. Give us some feedback, David. Is it good for you, audience? Can y'all see it good? Let us know.
Yeah, I see it pretty good. Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, so let's get it in.
You know what? Let's cut the fluff. Let's go straight into it. We foster a queer affirming network.
Mm-hmm.
When we gather, we do so with the intention of freeing ourselves from the tight grip of what? Heteronormative thinking. What does heteronormative thinking mean? Just on context clues. Hetero, we know, means what? Straight.
Mm-hmm.
Straight, normal thinking.
Right, as God
rather than the belief that all in the world are heterosexual unless he, she, or they disclose otherwise. Mm-hmm. So we see right there, right, that they have a problem using the words freeing ourselves from the tight grip. What tight grip?
Who man?
Let's get into some statistics. There, people
handling y'all. Where y'all making it sound?
Exactly. Heteronormative thinking.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean? Heteronormative. I just broke it down, but that's the words that they choose to use.
Mm-hmm.
That is their penmanship. That is their, concoction of what they believe. Let's look this shit up. Heteronormative thinking.
Right. What the fuck is that? Let's see. Let's go straight to dictionary. Note. Okay, here it is. Adjective. Noting or relating to behavior or attitudes consistent with traditional male or female gender roles and the assumption of heterosexuality as the norm.
Read that last line for me.
What do they mean by the assumption?
Right. Like, I was always told that you should never assume because it makes an ass out of you and me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I know the world ain't gay, so
Right. Wait.
Listen, according to their statistics, we're what, between 10 and 13% of the population of the United States of America, right? The corporation. We
Correct.
make up 10 to 13%,
Correct.
right? So-called black folk,
Right.
right? We're speaking to the diaspora.
Alleged.
Let's include the Moors. Let's include the Moors. So that's what, 13%?
Yep.
Out of that 13%, less than 1% would identify as other in the gender category. So those kind of people that have that sentiment is less than 1%.
Right.
So how is it that there's a tight grip when only a few in our ranks practice that kind of lifestyle?
Right.
Or have that kind of thought?
Right.
it's like they hate themselves.
Right. And HBO is seems to be one of the networks of entertainment in the entertainment world that are getting into the game of, well, as it seems as of lately, they are the platform for not heterosexual, homosexuality.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. Let's go back to the bullet points of the BLM.
All right.
So heteronormative thinking. Let's keep that in mind. So they're freeing themselves from the heteronormative thinking, right? Heteronormative had to do with the traditional male and female gender roles, right?
Right.
Okay.
So it's saying that basically
No,
you don't want to be with a man like you're supposed to be.
no, we gonna get into that. We gonna get it. They gonna break it down right here
All right.
when we get into the meat and potatoes of it.
All right.
We disrupt the Western prescribed family structure. Western prescribed nuclear family structure. I'm gonna read that again. We disrupt the Western prescribed nuclear family structure required by supporting each other as extended families and villages that collectively care for one another, especially our children, to the degree that mothers, parents, and children are comfortable. Where's the father?
I ain't said nothing about that. Where he at? Wait a minute. Mothers, parents, and children. So I'm guessing the word parent is uh synonymous to padre, I guess.
Nope.
Uh,
Following the villages like two parents, woman and woman, whatever,
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. I
when they
can.
talk about villages and all that stuff.
Yeah.
To me, it clearly show you that they don't care about the future, or they
Mm-hmm.
don't care about anything. Cause the two, when they act as if a woman can just. I haven't seen a woman can just give birth.
Mm-hmm.
With a like the what you call it with Jesus? What you call
Immaculate
it?
conception.
Yeah, it's like they act like that just automatically happens, and it's like you don't need a man for that, to happen. Like they just give birth by themselves in a sense. You
Right.
know.
Let science move forward and deal with it. They
Hmm.
ain't gonna need us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They're gonna have the gay men give out their seed so that they can flood their ranks.
The gay
Yeah.
man is the only one that they willing to tolerate being around them from the
Because it's not a threat. They're
so,
not,
That's
the gay
just
men are not a threat.
that's just the hatred.
mm-hmm.
That's a hatred that they have, man. And they
Mm-hmm.
trying to turn that hatred on us, make it seem like the man and the regular man and the woman are the ones that are, filled with hate and hate them and all that other stuff. But
Right.
they can't really procreate. I just see it as a destructive behavior. But go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, well, listen. Let's go back. Heteronormative thinking. So anybody that has any form of heteronormative thinking, they want to loosen that grip, that tight grip.
Absolutely.
But let's look at that first line again.
We
Read that first line for me again, sister.
We disrupt the Western prescribed nuclear family structure
There you go.
requirement.
There we go. We
Nuclear
disrupt.
family. Nuclear. What's nuclear mean? Oh, creation, the Holy Trinity. Man, woman, child. The pyramid. 3 sides of the pyramid.
Mm-hmm. Now here's the Marxist part.
Mm-hmm.
We practice empathy. We engage comrades
Right.
with the intent to learn about and connect with their context.
Mm-hmm.
The word comrade is a Marxist term.
Right.
It's right there in the. Who uses the term comrades?
Communist.
Oh, okay.
Russia. Communist China.
That's a word that's specific to an ideology. You understand? Comrades.
Mm.
So you see the Marxists and the agenda to not only break up the nuclear family structure, but also implement some form of Marxism.
Mm-hmm.
So when I showed that picture earlier with the Trojan horse with communism in it,
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
do we understand? Do we understand now what that means?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, oh Lord, there you go with your ghost account.
My bad. I got to take out the trash. My bad. You got to step outside. Let me turn this thing off. Turn it off. All right. You there? Okay.
We build a space that affirms Black women and is free from sexism, misogyny, and environments in which men are centered.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like some. Hold on. That sounds like some jealousy to me, in a sense, or it sounds like they act like men are the only people that are sexist or practice misogyny, stuff like that. When women do that as well, women have those ego trips. Know, it just seem like they're just trying to make it seem like the man is the
Mhm.
bad. You know.
Here's the
I
kicker.
don't know, man.
We make a space for transgender brothers and sisters to participate and lead. If that ain't revelatory enough, I'll read it again. We make a space for transgender brothers and sisters to participate and lead. And say anything about brothers and sisters. They said they specified what kind of brothers and sisters. They said transgender brothers and sisters to participate and lead. I don't think I need to go any further. This stuff is on their website. We build a space that affirms Black women. We build a space that affirms Black women and is free from sexism, misogyny, and environments in which men are centered. Mm. I'm done. I ain't got nothing else to say. If listeners, y'all go read that. Y'all go read that shit yourselves. Y'all go get an understanding of it because I'm done with it. That shit making me sick.
I agree. I agree.
And this is the stuff where our people are flooding the ranks. Any straight male, you know, and particularly melanated male that goes and supports this. Any heterosexual male that goes out and screams Black Lives Matter, especially Moorish men that go out and scream that foolishness, shame on you. And like Tupac say, put a pistol in your mouth. And you know what to do with it.
Absolutely.
And you know what to do with it.
Mm-hmm. So
It's just kind of, it's just sad
that's
how
like
it's
this
just sad
is where the
how
war is at.
Satan can work his way, you know what I'm saying, in, you know, been working his way in, you know. And it's like now he just really he got the balls, he don't put his balls on the table, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And you know,
Yeah.
just thinking, you know, he got it, you know what I'm saying? He thinking he got it, you know what I'm saying? You know. And then everybody just falling for the
Right.
bullshit, you know.
Mm-hmm. They want to fall for the bullshit, and at the same time, they're trying to brainwash us um into this is the new way of the world. This is the new world order. You
Here we
know,
go. Right here.
this is it. You can't tell the gay people from the straight people no more. You can't.
You
You
have
can't.
right here on the screen, Mr. Kaepernick
Mm-hmm.
in his Freemasonic kneeling, right? Looking
Mm-hmm.
back at the his founders, going back from Mao, Stalin, I believe that's Trotsky,
Yep.
Marx,
Lenin,
Lenin,
Stalin.
all right there. That's your backdrop for Black Lives Matter.
Mm-hmm.
And what I'm about to say is controversial.
Say it anyway.
We probably might not have a YouTube channel after what I'm about to say.
Fuck it.
Okay.
We knew what it was when we started this.
All right.
For our audience.
We might have to set up a Patreon, guys.
For our audience, those of y'all that are here with us now, this is it, baby. We told y'all straight up from day one. I know I don't have all of the original episodes of our show up right now at the moment, but we've said this. This is nothing new. It's new in a sense of us now on our YouTube live streaming. But this is it.
Yep, this
You
is
could be
it.
anywhere in the world. You could be anywhere in the world, as we always say. But each and every Sunday and Wednesday, y'all here with us faithfully.
Right. With that
It
being
is
said,
what it is.
let me get into it.
Let's go.
The protocols. Y'all, for those that know, they gonna call me an anti-Semite.
Mm-hmm.
How can I be an anti-Semite
Indeed.
when I'm the original Shemitic people?
Right.
Oh, I'm getting feedback. Okay. The protocols
Sorry about that.
of the elders of Zion. The protocols of the elders of Zion. They made mention of stratagem that they use, that they're continuing to use now. A blind man can see it. And if this book, as they put it out there, it's been debunked. But it's just like the Willie Lynch letter. Whether the Willie Lynch letter is a factual document, what's in that document is true. The sentiment that's being explained and the phenomena that they're talking about is true.
Yep.
So when you look at the Willie Lynch letter, you can see how these elements are at play right now and today. You can go back, and I implore everybody to look at, excuse me one second. Sorry about that. I had a little bit of technical difficulties.
Oh, my bad. I was just gonna say, by the way, people, anytime y'all see me with my glass in hand, I'm drinking, it's not liquor, it's water. Even though
Child, please.
it's water.
It's okay, sis. You sipping on that gin.
I don't drink, y'all.
You got that gin and tonic. We know. But yeah, sister, if you mind pulling up the protocols of the elders of Zion.
All right.
We done with that Black Lives Matter for a time. Put that to the side. The people understand.
Right.
You know, they can go and look up and see the marks and shit right there. I don't think we need to go any further with that.
Yeah, that's what they.
It's self-explanatory.
Yeah, it's like beating your head trying to get water from a stone. I mean, trying to get blood from a stone or something. It's not gonna work. Close that out. All right. Protocol leaders of Zion.
See if you can find a PDF.
All right.
Or where we can read it online. There we go.
Ooh.
Go down.
Preface or wait a minute. Protocol 1. That's what. Or did you want to read the preface first?
No, keep going down. Let me see.
All right. What is it? Introduction. Protocol 1, maybe, or keep going.
Now you're going a little bit too fast, sis.
Oh, my bad. So sorry. Let me go back. Sorry.
Think hit the preface.
Preface. Okay. Here we are. Preface. The Britons.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Preface. Excuse me. Preface. The exhaustion of yet another edition of this work shows that there is no.
You know what? We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. I'm gonna send you something.
All right.
I want you to bring it up on the screen.
All right.
I'm gonna go to YouTube and we go from there. This way the people can hear it. We ain't gotta work as hard.
All right.
We got technology on our side, people. Why not use it, right?
Absolutely. Oh, that's the gang. Okay, never mind. Speaking of such, another friend of mine, Jay, he's in what, San Diego,
There you
Sacramento.
go, sis. There you go, sis.
Oh, you got it to me? Okay. Hit the
Oh
link.
yeah, most definitely. I'm quick with it.
All right, speed running. Let's get it. Where's that? Wait, did I do it wrong?
I sent you the link in the chat.
Oh, I didn't even look up there. My bad. Okay, here we go.
The Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion in Modern English. A one-page summary. Goyim are mentally inferior to Jews and can't run their nations properly. For their sake and ours, we need to abolish their governments and replace them with a single government. This will take a long time and involve much bloodshed, but it's for a good cause. Here's what we'll need to do. Place our agents and helpers everywhere. Take control of the media and use it in propaganda for our plans. Start fights between different races, classes, and religions. Use bribery, threats, and blackmail to get our way. Use Freemasonic lodges to attract potential public officials. Appeal to successful people's egos. Appoint puppet leaders who can be controlled by blackmail. Replace royal rule with socialist rule, then communism, then despotism. Abolish all rights and freedoms except the right by force by us. Sacrifice people, including Jews sometimes, when necessary. Eliminate religion. Replace it with science and materialism. Control the education system to spread deception and destroy intellect. Rewrite history to our benefit. Create entertaining distractions. Corrupt minds with filth and perversion. Encourage people to spy on one another. Keep the masses in poverty and perpetual labor. Take possession of all true wealth, property, and especially gold. Use gold to manipulate the markets, causing depressions, etc. Introduce a progressive tax on wealth. Replace sound investment with speculation. Make long-term interest-bearing loans to governments. Give bad advice to governments and everyone else. Eventually, the Goyim will be so angry with their governments, because we'll blame them for the resulting mess, that they'll gladly have us take over. We will then appoint a descendant of David to be the king of the world, and the remaining Goyim will bow down and sing his praises. Everyone will live in peace and obedient order under his glorious rule.
Pause right there, sis.
Chapters of the Protocols of the Lord.
That's it right there, ladies and gentlemen.
Mhm.
If y'all don't see that's going on right now and about to happen, y'all sleep. Y'all sleep.
Some people going. We at the point now where if you're not awake, you just gonna die in your sleep. Ain't nothing we can do for you. It's too late. We've been warning y'all. We telling y'all to wake up. Telling y'all to get y'all shit together with your nationality, because it's coming. The time is here. It's here. You know, people a couple of years ago was talking about them dumb. Remember those dumbs people kept talking about? Deep underground military bases or these empty Walmart stores.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
It's here. It's here.
Those concentration camps.
Yep. The concentration of military camp, base camp, whatever. And that's exactly it. This is what I was trying to tell y'all about this show Westworld. It's a show they basically showing us what they plan, what they've been doing, not what they planning to do. They've already done it. This is what Westworld is basically about, at least as far as I'm understanding it so far. Again, I'm just on the middle of season 2, but from what I can tell, this is where we at. It's not something, oh, World War III, Trump is gonna take us into World War III. No, fool, we you've lived through that already. We've lived through it. It's here. It exists now. You're living in it, and so much to the point where in 2020 we've sped up. We're in World War VI going into World War VII. The thing is, everybody wants to think that this war that's coming is going to be fought the same way the previous ones were, and that's not the case. What's at stake is your life, your livelihood, our DNA makeup or markup or whatever. That is what the war is about. I'm sure, David, you remember that, because me and you, we both our favorite show, American Gods. That's been basically what they've been talking about as well. Is it not?
Correct. You correct.
Thank you, bro. All of these shows in Hollywood now, if y'all don't see it now, folks, it's very easy to see. They all telling the same story to us. It's just they got different studios, but each studio has the same, basically the same storybook, or backstory, if you will. At least that's what they call it in Westworld. Each host, each robot has their own backstory of what is going to happen with them and their whole storyline, their mode. So what I'm saying for us is like each studio is just like that. Each studio has a script, but the story is the exact same story. It doesn't even matter. Each film studio, they're just retelling it in their own way. Just like me as a filmmaker and a screenwriter, for instance. If I want to write a new script, a new story, and I want to pitch it and get it made, the next thing that the studio is going to negotiate with you on is what you would call a pre-production team. Your pre-production team consists of who? The writer, the producers, executive, and just showrunners, producers or whatever. And then you've got the director. Now the director is basically just a random person, but they sitting in the driver's seat and telling the story, telling everyone else how to execute the story in the best way possible. So that's where we're at, It's real simple. This is not hard to comprehend or understand, people. It's very simple. Give me 1 second, y'all. Hold on. Something's going on. Hmm. Anyway, sorry about that, y'all. Yeah, we're living in an age where it's not just humans living it, we're dealing with the clones as well. But the thing about being a clone world, clones can only live and go to an extent of living so far before they deteriorate themselves and basically start to malfunction, you know. So yeah, we may have Siri and Alexa in our houses now, and they know our entire routine from the moment that we wake up in the morning to um the way we go about our day, and to the end of our day when we get back in bed again and go to sleep, and repeat the whole cycle over and over, you know. And this is the dangerous part that scares me the most, because what people are not realizing, they're doing it, you know, and they're being okay with it. That's the scary part of it. The scary part to me is not how far technology has come for us people. It's what scares me is how far it's come, and humans are now okay with 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 technology. They're okay with the robot, the computer running the show now. Look at Walmart, for instance. Walmart, they have self checkout, right? Where you don't have to wait on a cashier to check you out when you're ready to make your final selection purchases and then leave the store and go home about your day. Walmart is literally building up not just the self checkout, but they now have what's called scan and go, I believe, which I think consists of, if you got your smartphone, your cell phone, you scan the barcode of the stuff that you want to buy while you're walking around each aisle and grabbing it up and then putting it in your basket. You scan it as you go. And then you go to this conveyor belt, the line or whatever, where these other registers are. They're just like self checkout. Only, I guess you would just swipe your debit card in the electronic pay thing. What I don't know what they would call it. The, you know, the little machine where you swipe your credit or your card or whatever. It's kind of like size of this thing. You just swipe your card. It's my modem, old modem, by the way. But it's about this size, right? And you just swipe and then you just leave. So what I mean with technology, we're at the point where they making us basically so comfortable with giving up our jobs to the computer, to the robot. And we've been made to be so effing lazy in life that we are willing to build up the exact machine that's there to wipe us out. That's the funny part. We're here building these robots, building these technology things, not really realizing that, hey, this thing is going to take you out in a couple of years. It's going to make it where you and your job, your career is no longer within existence. It's going to be what kills you. Understand? So, of course, y'all understand, you know. I don't know why I always ask that, but anyway, yeah. So, back to my original point, I don't think I got to finish it earlier. That's what I meant by plant-based food and all these foods that they're planting, and the government has no, it's no longer farmers that the government has on payroll. it's companies like Monsanto, is it Monsanto? What's their name? Monsanto, I believe it's Monsanto. I might be saying it wrong. So this is where we're at. These people are not your everyday mom and pop, farmers, tractor, trailer, farmers, be out in the field, tending to the crops. These people are the hazmat, full body hazmat suit wearing, cover up, clothes with the gas mask and the goggles on, walk in the fields spraying these pesticides. And these pesticides are what's killing us. And I believe it's fucking with the head of people, right? So much to the point that we now are begging people to poison us and kill us. That's the craziness behind all of this when you really look at it for what it is. We are literally begging our killers to slowly poison us, and then after they poison and kill us, if you got it on your state ID, your driver's license or instant, and it says organ donor, after you die, the mortician or whatever, they will take your organs from your body and then put them to the black market, to black market people who sell organs, organ harvesting, right? And with those organs, 9 times out of 10, a lot of them are from us, our people, so-called black folks, right? They'll put us out there on the market because this is the reason, because black people, and this is why it's so important to pay attention to science and health so very often. Like with me, for instance, I got sickle cell. So to keep on top of me and my health, I pay attention each and every time I have my appointment. And I'm always aware of what they are doing and what they're trying to tell me is going on with my body or whatever. Even though I know that it's a very likely possibility that they're lying to me, because that's what they're paid to do anyway. So they're, just keep that in mind when y'all do go to the doctor. Even though probably these days, more people are no longer trusting of medical doctors, at least westernized medicine. Anyway, for us as black people, we are so high in the market in the world, period. Our body, our melanin, our blood types, we are A1 top tier level of a commodity. So this is why you see so many people as of lately, they're talking about the US Marshals and type police, sheriff of people. They're going out and they're doing these protect and secure missions on finding these young sex traffic victims. They're finding them now. They're really out here for once, finally doing something and trying to find as many of these kidnapped young melanated black girls and boys out here. Because like I said, we are the highest commodity. And the reason being for that is due to the fact, I'll show y'all. I was up researching this last night and the night before. I've been really into just trying to find out certain things. Oh, negative. I'm gonna show y'all this real quick if I can find it again. I may have to go to the history. Okay. How do I find? Okay. Let me see. Bear with me just 1 second, y'all. And this, because this is very important, what I want to show y'all right now. Just bear with me one little quick second as I'm trying to find all of this. Here it is. I believe this is it. I believe this is it. No, this is one of them. Okay, so I'm getting close. All right. Getting very close. Okay. That's one of the pages. Wait. One of the pages. It's about the blood type. Might have missed it. Hold on. No, where is it? Oh man. Anyway, F it. I'm gonna just wing it from here, or try to. I think it was a photo that I was looking at though. Maybe not. Wait a minute. All right. While I'm looking for it, I'll just tell y'all. The importance of knowing what your blood type is something that I encourage people to really do their research on and study as much as you possibly can on that. You know, get as much information as y'all can about yourself and what your blood type is, because it's very telling of what's going on today out here in the world with us. Because for those of y'all that don't know, your blood type, we have with our blood types, is certain blood types that are very rare, and then it's blood types that you can give your blood to all people in the world, because my blood type, which is O negative, is O negative is what my blood type is. So because I have O negative blood type, that means that I can donate my blood and it can be given to anybody in the world, no matter what their blood type is, that's in need of it. Now, what does that mean? That means that indicates that you are an original indigenous, or how would we say it, David? You would be not just an original indigenous person, but shoot. Trying to think of the word that I need to describe this to y'all. Drawing a blank. Anyway, we're very important, is what I'm trying to get at. So with finding this page, I know it's there because I was up looking at it the other night. O negative, like I said, we can give to any and everybody. However, the thing is about people with O negative blood is it determines if you have Rh factor in your blood or not. Is this it? Please let it be it. Oh, where is that? Where is it at? Oh well, y'all. Oh well. Anyway, here it goes. Is one of them. Okay, so RH stands for rhesus factor, and it is an inherited protein found on the surface of red blood cells. If your blood has the protein, you're RH positive. If your blood lacks the protein, you're RH negative. RH positive is the most common blood type. Having an RH negative blood type is not an illness and usually does not affect your health. However, it can affect your pregnancy. Now, why is this important, people? This is important because this is what they don't tell us about, but they encourage now these days: interracial dating. Like, you'll see a lot of, all of a sudden, Hollywood is very into putting on screen two people that are totally different so-called races. So if they putting together the black man with a white woman and putting a black woman with a white man, and from their equation, it's adding up to a biracial child. Now, this is what they don't tell us. Now, say the woman gets pregnant and it's a black woman, and she gets pregnant by a white man. What they don't teach us about is the fact that those are the most high-risk pregnancies to exist, and they have to do things very special, like giving certain supplemental vitamins to you when you're carrying the child of a white person and you're black, you're melanated, Moorish or whatever, and you're having a Caucasian child. Doctors will be in the background, behind the scenes of all of this. They won't tell the soon to be mother this because they don't want you to be alarmed about it. But this is very much a very critical thing. So they have to give certain things to you, the mother, in order for you to come full term and be able to deliver this half-breed child. Because, and why is that? Well, it's because it's unnatural. It's an unnatural birth to begin with. It's unnatural to be paired with someone who's the opposite, not sex of you, but the opposite so-called race. It's like you wouldn't pair a tiger with a giraffe, would you? No, you can't do that. You wouldn't see an alligator and a hippo having a child, having whatever the fuck that combination would make. You just wouldn't see it. It makes no sense. It has no place in the ecosystem, right? However, that's the case of what we're seeing these days. So just like we just read some of the manifesto of Black Lives Matter, and we see that these are Black women who are highly opposed to the idea of heterosexuality, and not just heterosexuality. They're opposed to straight Black women and men being together. That is highly unusual, because why would you do that? What point would you have of trying to divide these two people that are clearly supposed to be with one another? Well, if you think about it long and hard, you'll realize what it's really about, and that's procreation. Procreation is the name of the game all along that we're fighting, That's what eugenics is all about. Because, like I said, the O negative blood type is not only the rarest, but it's the most important blood type in the world. The point of them, the point of Black Lives Matter and Hollywood in general, encouraging interracial relationships and encouraging um, them now being inclusive of Black people into the fold of their so-called society, it all boils down to procreation. At the end of the day, this is what this is all about. White people are going extinct, and they're going at extinct at a rate that they realize is all too fucking fast, and too fast in the motion and the speed that it's going for them. So because they know that they're going extinct, they also realize that they're not even having as many children or on track with the number of children popping out with them the way that they're supposed to each and every year or months or whatever have you. So what do you do when this is the threat to you? What can you do? You're dying out. Your club, your race of people is going extinct. They're dying at a rate that's too many in between time. And not only that, the amount of people that you're losing, you're not making up for with new birth, with new children being born. So again, what can you do when this is what you're up against? Well, you think of a way to slow down your competition, which is us. So why is it that the news media every night, it seems like, especially within this last decade that we just left, 2010 to 2019, we are seeing nothing but them bringing in nearly every night around the 6 o'clock evening news or whatever. They're coming in, and at the top of the hour, as they start the show, it seems like they're starting the show every single evening with a new police brutality showcase story. There always is a video of some policeman somewhere in the United States beating the hell out of a Black person. Why is that? Why are they constantly showing this all to us all the time? Why? Yeah, it's true that Black people, we never had it easy in this country. And that's due to the fault that, first of all, we keep calling ourselves Black. That's the fucking problem. Because any intelligent person with a brain that works knows that the word Black is a word, an adjective that means what? It means dead. Why would you continue to call yourself a word that stands for death? Literally, it means dead, no life whatsoever. Why would you continue to say that that's what you are? And then you expect to be treated like a living, breathing human being. It's contradicting. You can't have one foot in the grave and one foot out. You can't scream and shout that you're Black and you're proud of that fact, and then you still saying it, even though, and then it's what gets you killed because it means death. Follow me? So we are being taught to, number one, contradict ourselves. Number two, be very ignorant which helps that contradiction. And then number 3, we keep on wondering why we are treated the way we treated. Well, number 4, you're going about the situations the wrong way. You're not even addressing yourself as what you correctly are. So this is why people in the judicial system, excuse me, people in the judicial system or the law, when they look at us, they look at each case, they see the same exact thing happen over and over that you're claiming that you're the victim of. But to them, they see it is as very simple as that. Well, Black is not a nationality. Black, in terms of law in our world, we know it to mean death. Therefore, if you're claiming to be this, it means that you're dead. So technically, in the law standing point, we can do nothing for you in terms of justice that you're complaining that you're not getting. Because number 1, before you even step outside of your box, you're going about it the wrong way. That's why nothing is working in your favor. It's got nothing to do with us or us being, as we like to say, oppressive or against you solely because of your race. No, they looking at it from the standpoint that you said it out your own mouth, from the horse's mouth, that you Black. And in our world, in our occupation, that is a word that means death. So we don't understand what you want us to do about it, because number 1, you're complaining that someone has done something to you, but what you don't realize that you're saying that you're a dead person. This is why we don't get justice when we see things being done to us out here in the world. And this is why the rest of the world laughs at us. And not only do they laugh at us, they basically, you know, pissing on us and then telling us that it's rain, because we don't know the difference. And that's how they see us. They see us as we're so fucking ignorant. We don't know the simplest fucking thing about this whole game. And they see that. They like, so it's no wonder that white people feel, or we see that we projecting that they got this thing called white privilege. White privilege is something that only exists because we are making it exist. I hope that doesn't go over y'all head. I really do. I'm gonna say it again. White privilege only exists because we say that it does. Follow me? I hope y'all do. I hope y'all really understand that. What I'm saying is that every story has an author. We all have we all have pens. We all can write our own story. The problem is we keep, basically copy and pasting the same narrative in our books. And then getting the same, redundant ending, giving it the same stupid ass end game. And this is why nobody likes to really read the books that we writing. Again, I hope that don't go over y'all head. I hope y'all understand. So again, this is why we always tell y'all to wake up and realize where you are in the game. Realize what's really going on. Because basically, just like the show that I was telling y'all about, Westworld, that's what's happening in that show. The same, they have the same everybody has their own backstory, but they all intertwine at some point. However, the problem that the host, these robots, is having is that because they live the same story every single day in, day out. Nothing changes except in that story. It goes on and repeats itself. The problem comes when they're starting to realize that, hey, this has happened before, not just to me once, but like 5 to 10 or 15 to 20 different times. And we're starting to see it. And now we got a problem with it. If y'all haven't seen Westworld, I suggest y'all watch that. Anyway, excuse me. I had something else I was gonna say with y'all about that. Oh yeah. The Tyson thing about the plant-based stuff. They're feeding us not only genetically modified things and poisoning crops with these pesticides. The main problem is that now we're in a level of the game where people don't realize it, but it's right there. It's so fucking simple. And this is how the devil works, like I said, about people when you make complaints to like corporations, and you start protesting them about the ethics of how they do things. And then somewhere down the line, they finally concede to you and say, fine, you don't like this, here's what we'll try to do, to make you happy. But in reality, it's not because of y'all, making noise at all in any way. It's just that they just tired of, hearing you screaming and crying like a newborn infant. This is what I meant by being pacified. Just because they put plant-based is not what y'all think. Even though I know y'all vegans, y'all love to think that y'all are making new alternative choices now. But like I said earlier, you cannot make sausage out of an apple. You can't make sausage out of these vegetables or whatever. Plant-based means that it's manufactured in a plant where they hang up the cows. Once they've skinned the cows, they've skinned the chickens, they've skinned the pigs, and they hang them up in the warehouse in this cold ass freezer, hanging them upside down. That's what plant-based means. It comes from that type of fucking plant, a meat packing plant. Only the thing is, it's no longer farm animals, it's actual humans that are being killed and then chopped up and put through the grinder. So when you go to Whole Foods now, and you're trying to look for hot dog or some type of hamburger meat or sausage patties, this is what you're getting. When it look real pink, that's what you're getting. You're getting a human being. I hope y'all understand that. Now, for instance, who's that? What up? What up? Hey, Eric. Now, for instance, I know a certain person who says to me often that when they wake up, sometimes they have a bad taste in their mouth and when I asked what they ate before, they'll be like, I had McDonald's sandwich or a sandwich from Wendy's or hamburger from Burger King or something. Well, the reason that they keep getting sick is due to this fact. They keep getting sick because it's human meat. You could be eating your grandmother who just passed away a few days ago. Understand? So this is where the game is. This is where the world starts to make a little sense about how sick it is. This is why. There's no progress going on. It's just rewording of things that's going on and being packaged, repackaged and delivered to us as if it's progress, as if it's change that's being made when it's not. They're just changing the words that they use on the packaging, and then they have their PR team come in and their marketing team hire a new advertising firm, and they make a commercial about how they've changed and they've been listening to their core audience, their day one supporters and all this and that bullshit, and say that they now turning over a new leaf. No, they're not. They're not doing anything. They're just telling you sweet nothings in your ear, telling you what they think you want to hear that will satisfy you to the point where you will shut the hell up now and stop complaining and going on and on and over and over again, complaining about the same thing. That's it. It's the same game. It's no changing. It's the same game. You just get different players shipped in, and that's it. There is no way in hell, logistically or mathematically or scientifically, that McDonald's, the Golden Arch, McDonald's can sell, how many hamburgers do they say on their billboard? I think it says 1 billion served daily or some shit. I don't really pay attention anymore because I don't go to McDonald's anymore. But I believe that's what the Golden Arch says. Underneath it, it says 1 billion or something sold worldwide, served worldwide daily or whatever. There's no way that if you got that many people that you feed every single day that you're claiming, there is no way that there are enough cows in the world. I don't care where you at. I don't care where your farm is located. There are not enough cows on this earth to supply for meat for everybody to be able to eat hamburgers, steaks, brisket, or whatever you want to make from the cow. It's no way possible that there are that many cows in existence each and every month, each and every week, day, born and then raised up, that you can meet this numerical number that you're claiming that you do every single day feeding people. You don't. You cannot do it. It's impossible. Unless you got another type of meat that you can serve people. Who says that it has to always just be a cow? That's where the real tricks come into play. Now we getting somewhere, right? That's when you walk into And this is where it get real fun, because now this is where you get into the fun shit in the game, right? Who says that it's cows that these people are in the businesses of making hamburgers or whatever else they're trying to serve? It can be a steakhouse. Who says that it's actually cow steak that you're eating? It doesn't have to be, and it can't be. So that's where secondary tactics come into play. They say that there are supposed to be 7 billion people in the world, right? 7 billion. Okay. 7 billion people in the world. McDonald's is claiming that they sell to at least 1 billion of that populace every day. All right. It's not enough cows on any farm for that many people. However, 7 billion people in existence in the world, and people die every day, don't they? People die every day, right? Who's to say that when a person dies, that once you have the funeral for your loved one and y'all have the police escort to the cemetery to bury him, you pay your last respects as they're lowered into the ground, but who's to say that the body is really in the casket? You don't know that. You don't know if grandma or granddaddy is really in the casket when y'all leave the cemetery and they get lowered in the ground, or your cousin or your best friend or sibling or whoever. How many plots can a cemetery hold, depending on how much of the land there is? But for real, do the math. And like I said earlier, if you really want to make money in the game, in the world, drug dealers, being a drug dealer ain't cutting it. Selling crack, selling heroin, all this type of vice that they call it vices that people can have. You know, these vices, some people don't have those same vices as they used to. You know, it's not that many, crackheads out here in existence the way it used to be in the 80s and 90s. However, there's a new drug in town. There's always going to be a new drug. And right now in 2020, what is that? That's human sacrifices, adrenochrome harvesting. Once you're dead, you had the mortician go into the center of your forehead and they pop that pineal gland out. That pineal gland, your third eye, which is where the adrenochrome drug comes from that people use and they get high off of. That's it. That's it. That's all they need, baby. Now, account for the rest of the body. You can take the eyes of a person. You can take the corneas. You can take the kidneys, the liver, the lungs, the heart, gallbladder. I don't know if people take people's intestines. I don't know about that. I can't really say on the large and the small intestines, but what I can say is that people are out here making money on the black market, taking other people's organs and getting rich, like Pablo Escobar type money. Understand? So this is where we're at. So, like I said, don't you start, please. Sit down. Get away from my foot. Sit down. Damn dog. I'm sorry about that, y'all. With the blood types, like I was saying earlier about blood types, O negative, O positive, you got A, B, you got B, maybe, or whatever, and then you get O negative and O positive. I told y'all about these blood types and how some of them are very, very special, extremely special, so much to the point where people pay millions sometimes to get it. And that's what's going on these days. Like when we hear young Black girls and boys are being kidnapped and trafficked, this is why. Because you have to remember how much melanin in our skin, our dark skin, shades of melanin is very much a supply and demand commodity that the world is really trying to get their hands on, especially now that Trump has shut down the adrenochrome market for people, which is why Hollywood and Democrat politicians and some Republicans who dabble in that shit too. This is why they hate this man, because he shut down their favorite vice, which is adrenochrome harvesting. And adrenochrome, for those of y'all still confused and don't know what that shit really does, that shit gets you higher than cocaine and heroin, even if you combine the two together. It gets you higher than any drug that we've ever heard of before, known to man. Adrenochrome is that shit, especially when it's from a child. Children have the most highest potency that you can get. So think about why you're hearing all of a sudden people talking about free the children, save the children. This is why. Because children are vessels that are basically clean as a whistle, if you will. Because children don't have yet the taste for being alcoholics, drinking liquor all the time. They don't do a lot of other drugs that fuck with your system, like the crack, heroin, or any other drug that gets you high and compromises your body. So children are sought after for that one reason, because they're uncorrupt, they're unmolested by life. And when I say unmolested, I don't just mean molested in the sense that we think of when we hear that word. What it really means is that you haven't been touched. You're pristine, you're intact, you're clean, you're pure as God made you, as the day you were born, basically. So yeah, I'm gonna pause right there for a minute and open up the floor and yield when I guess Eric is here with me now. Eric Rich, our brother, one of our latest Drop Squad members. So welcome to brother Eric. And yeah, man, how you doing today? How you doing tonight, man? Glad you could make it with us. You there, bro? Let me get my charger. Eric, you with us? Eric, you there?
Yeah, I'm here now.
Okay. How you doing, bro?
I'm doing good. How you doing tonight?
Good. Happy, want to say first and foremost to you, welcome. And once again, happy belated birthday to you.
Appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. You was one of the only people who wished me one, so I appreciate that for sure.
Hey, what? Really?
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's only a couple people, man. People done got selfish these days, man.
I feel you on that. I feel you on that. I definitely,
Yeah, man. So I really appreciate that for real, beyond words.
yeah. Man, I
It's
hate.
been a lot going on, and I've
Mhm.
just been praying that you've been good, and everybody, for the righteous, been
Can you
staying
speak up
strong.
a little? I- You kind of muffled.
But I just wanted to say thank you again. I'm just praying that you was doing well, because there's been a lot going on in the world and everything.
Yeah, definitely a lot going on. Yeah, that's an understatement, man. It's so much out here that's it's crazy, man. It's really getting out there. It's getting wild,
Out of order. I just
out of order.
One thing that really bothered me though, that's really bothering me,
Mm-hmm.
is just these masks, man. These masks is really
Yeah,
bothering me, man. That shit
folks,
just ain't right, man.
folks in these masks. I'm with you, man. I'm sick of this shit. Like
Yeah, what do
y'all
we
want to
gotta
wear a
do?
mask? That's if you want to wear a mask, go ahead, do you, buddy.
Yeah,
But
but don't try to make nobody else sick. Come on,
yeah,
man. Y'all tripping.
yeah. Every time I go to Walmart or Whole Foods, they standing right there at the door like they bouncers at a club.
Yeah, what's up with y'all? Like, come on, man. What kind of police
Right,
state we living in? You can't make nobody do nothing. Like,
right.
what's
And
wrong with these people?
that's what I meant about Walmart being a place now where the people, the cashiers, y'all are literally being put out of your own jobs. Y'all think that
Everything
y'all
comes.
jobs safe right now because they got y'all standing at the door. But once this shit is all over, they're gonna fire half of y'all because they're gonna make it to where people are gonna be non-existent in the Walmart life as far as associates go, as they call them, associates, the
Yeah,
cash
they
cash
trying to get
register.
rid of them, ain't
Yeah, they already built the self checkouts. They and they built this new section where they took out, I guess, the express lane, the one and
they?
two, and now they got the just the scan and go register. You know, it's got the conveyor belt thing. I don't know what the fuck that's there for. That conveyor belt, and then they got the kiosk where you swipe your card thing. It's
That's
nuts.
crazy, man. Like, what are we going through out here, man? Like, I just want the people to just like take a stand for something, y'all. Can we take a stand for one thing? Like, they put it on the babies, man. They put masks on little babies. They don't put the little babies, newborn babies with masks. They already said
Say,
babies ain't getting it. Babies ain't getting corona. No kids ain't getting it, but they put masks on babies. Come on, man. Let's go.
yeah, we can hardly hear you, bro.
I'm having bad audio. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me see
It's
how my
it's
audio.
like you muffled
Far
or
away or am I just muffled?
it,
Far away or just muffled?
it's like you muffled. Are you away from your phone or
Yeah, I'm probably these headphones. Probably good. I got on some headphones.
you can barely hear you good?
I'm like far away.
No, it's like you muffled. It's like this.
Something in the way. Well, let me try to find something. I'm about to look for some different headphones.
Try it now.
Oh man, this tripping. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I don't know if our audience will be able to hear you.
Yeah, it's something wrong going on, man. Hopefully, when everybody come in, I'm gonna figure something out. Where everybody at? You think?
They were, some of them were here, and then some of them, I guess they had connection issues or just checked out. I'm not sure. I'm waiting for Cliff to come back. He was here with me, and then David was too.
Yeah.
Technology, man. Technology problem.
I got hit with a glass bottle.
Are you on speaker or you got it?
Headphones. I'm about to get headphones.
Yeah, I can't hear you too. I just hear I hear something in the background, and then when you get to talking, it's like it's muffled.
I'm about to look for something else. I'll be back.
All right. We're still here, man. If you wanna go out and come back in, we're still here. You wanna do that instead? Trying to find where the squad is at. Let me see.
You might can hear me better now.
A little bit. Yeah, you sound a little better on that one. That time.
Okay. Turn the TV down.
It's all good. I'm while you doing that, I'm trying to still get in contact with everybody, see what's going on. I got it paused, by the way. So while we're working out the kinks and stuff.
Yeah, I don't know what just happened, man. I must have connected wrong or something.
What are they? Bluetooth or
Nah, they just some regular headphones.
okay.
But I don't know if I'm
What you
supposed to use computer.
iPhone? Is it
Or
iPhone you got or Android?
look, when you use the headphones, do you know if you're supposed to connect it to computer audio or a different kind of audio?
What type of phone you got? Is it iPhone or Android?
I ain't using the phone. I'm just using the earbud, the headphones with the it's on the computer on the laptop.
Oh, okay. They wireless like Bluetooth. If they
Nah,
like
they
Bluetooth.
the wire one.
Oh,
Yeah, so they just don't. What it is they probably just ain't compatible.
mm-hmm.
Probably just ain't compatible with that. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on. Let's see. Go down. You on the Zoom app, right? Where it says, you see where it say mute or stop video icon?
Hold on, let me see. It says mute
I'm gonna
my
show you.
audio. Yeah.
Oh wait, that'll be the wrong.
Yeah. So what I supposed to do?
All right, where it says mute, click that little arrow next to it and go to where it select microphone or speaker, and it should have where you can click on the one you got plugged into your phone.
Yeah. So it's just I just gotta use this. Now I'm gonna just use this. I think it's better now. You can hear me.
A little bit better. Yeah.
Yeah, it might be something wrong with my computer though. For real, at the end of the day.
It sound say something again. It sounded a little very clear that time.
I said I think it's something wrong with my computer maybe.
There you go. It's good. It's good.
Okay, yeah, that's what's
You
up.
clear. You clear. Whatever you doing right now is working.
Okay.
Can hear you clear. All
yeah,
right.
I'm thankful to be on your show. I appreciate you putting this platform out here for the
Yeah.
people and staying consistent.
Yeah. All right, we back in. So yeah, bro, I'm glad you could be with us to again. Yeah. Glad you're back with us. Like I say, happy belated birthday once again to you.
Yeah, thank you, man. I just pray that there's many more to come, man. With the world being so crazy, we must about to be on a planet with just
Indeed.
us, man. Because I think a lot of people about to go or something. I don't know, man. It don't look right.
Right. I'm glad you said that because if you notice they saying these fires in California, these Oregon fires in Oregon and California, they telling us that it's wildfire. But what I believe it is, what's got they whole atmosphere turned orange right now. I believe it's something else, and NASA of all people in the military especially, they know it's something else going on. This is a planetary cosmos like situation that they're not telling us about. See, they don't educate us a lot on, you know, the cosmos, the stars beyond
Nah, no, they keep
Earth.
it on the low.
Right. They don't
But I
never
think
talk
I think they
about.
doing something though. Honestly, from what I heard, they actually setting those fires or doing something to cause those fires and doing some stuff to the atmosphere too.
Right.
Like
Yeah.
they doing some stuff, man. It's some
Yeah.
crazy people behind the scenes doing some weird stuff.
Indeed, they got it like you say, it's like something that they doing. I heard somebody brought up again some of them being direct energy weapon, DEW.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what they said. Yeah, they doing some actual direct stuff to these people. Like I got pictures of like one tree in the middle of nowhere just on fire by itself. Like
from the inside.
it's at the top.
Ah, yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, somebody I saw on my Instagram earlier from somebody. They had it in on the timeline of, them palm trees they have in LA.
Yeah,
One of them being on fire. Remember the Usher burn video?
yeah,
That's how that shit looked. It was just one of them though, not all of them, just
yeah.
one.
Why was that like that though?
Right. In the video, in the music, in the Usher video.
And the real video,
Yeah, the real video. I'm like, what the hell going on? Like, let me see if I can find it.
yeah, that's crazy, man. Like for real, I'm gonna tell you, man. It's getting to the point where like we in the movie, man. This is a real movie. Like brother Oliver say a lot, man. This
Mm-hmm.
is the greatest movie ever.
Ever made. Yeah.
Yeah, they clowning, man. Like they really clowning to the point where you gotta literally be a paid actor to really be participating in this nonsense.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, bro, because that's exactly where we headed. This is exactly it. I was telling folks, like, we talk about clones a whole lot on this show. And I've been watching this show called Westworld. I was
Hmm.
explaining to people, like, yo, it's a reason why me and O in particular in the squad, we talk a lot about the clones and stuff. And it's for good reason. And so I was telling them, um, you'll see it when this goes out on the YouTube channel, as it's upstream, it's live streaming now. Anyway,
Yeah, that's what's up.
um, on there you'll see in the beginning I was talking about these clones, and it occurred to me as I was watching one of the episodes before I started the show today. I was like, yo, this is what they've been doing, just like the internet. The internet ain't something that's really new. The internet has been around since my father, when he was in the military in his young day. That's
Yeah,
how.
they just now giving the people access to it.
Right, that's how it works. Like, I remember my father used to always tell me, you know, things that the military does, and by the time that the civilian life gets it, that's when it's been, I guess, critiqued to its best,
Yeah, it's
highest.
been they didn't did everything. Like they done did
Yeah,
tests and experiments and everything.
yeah, they done everything, and now they releasing it to us just like they wanted us to have it in anyway, because we were always meant to have it, and that's what they always wanted us to have, because it was always meant to control us. So everything that we're seeing today, we're seeing because this is what the story that they intended for us. They always intended for us to be
Now, I'm ready to take the pen out there again, man, and start writing, man, because I'm done with their story. I don't like their script. I'm cool on it.
all right,
They got an
same.
order.
Yeah.
Somebody need to somebody need to get these people and get their mind right. Like, come on, y'all, chill out. We not
Right.
taking no vaccines. We ain't wearing no masks. We ain't doing none of this, bro. We just about to live our life, take care of ourselves, take care of our family, take care of our
Mm-hmm.
community, and you gonna shut up and deal with your family and your neighborhood and
Right.
stop telling people. People need to stop. I don't know who these people think they are, but they need to go to their neighborhood and shut up. Stop going around telling people what to do. Who are you, man? These
Right.
people out of control. Somebody need to get these people, man. Y'all a regular person that's waking up or whatever animal or species y'all is. Y'all
And
one individual. Y'all need
mm-hmm.
to shut up and go handle yourself and take care of your own family, y'all pet, whatever y'all got. Instead of keep coming on the news and going to TV. Yeah, we want y'all to wear masks. We want y'all to do this. We want y'all to go outside. We want y'all to come in. Bruh, shut up. You feel me? Somebody need to tell Dr. Fauci, Bill Gates, George Soros, all these people, the president, anybody. Bro, we don't
Mm-hmm.
care what you talking about, man. Go to your house and tell your family that. We don't give a damn about that, bro. We grown people. We don't got nothing to do with what y'all talking about. And that's what I think the problem is. They got everybody voting and feeding into All this nonsense, bro. We don't know these people. They need to worry about their own family, their own mama, their own child, whoever they got in their family. They need to start worrying about them and stop going on TV and stop asking people to vote for them. Stop all this weird stuff that's going on in the world. Like that's the
Right,
problem. Everybody looking to people as their leaders, and we got these celebrities and all these goofy people out here who people look up to and following. People need to realize these people wake up in the morning, go to sleep at night, eat just like you, man. These people, they shouldn't be having no type of, unless it's a positive impact, they shouldn't be having no impact on your life.
right.
You know what I'm saying? It shouldn't be no way that we allowing these people to give us so much advice and telling us so much. We don't care about what y'all talking about, man. Bill
And
Gates, why would we listen to Bill Gates or Dr. Fauci? These people
because he
clowns.
because he owns MSN. You know what MSN is, right? The website, the
Yeah, yeah, he
search.
own it like the Google type thing.
My yeah. MS type in
Microsoft, he own Microsoft.
Microsoft News, right?
Yeah. Oh, let me get something
Microsoft
to drink
News.
real quick because I'm very, I need something to drink. I'll be right back, okay?
All right, you and me both. Shoot,
Yeah,
I
let's
was
get something
just
to drink.
thinking
Take a drink break.
that.
Everybody on YouTube, take a drink.
Yeah, let's pause for a second. I'm gonna pause it, and we're gonna take a little quick minute refreshment break. Be right back, y'all. All right, I'm back. 1 second. Wait. All right.
I'm back. You back yet?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Okay.
Act live and direct.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I just got a drink and it was too small, man. But I'm good. I'm good. I'm hydrated now.
I'm
I should
glad
have
you
got a
did.
big old cup like you.
Yeah, I was over here like parched,
Yeah, you got
like
to
a
keep you
desert.
something to drink when you're doing a show like this, boy. You should keep you like two drinks right next to you.
Man. And
You don't
Cliff
want to
was
get
teasing
dehydrated
me.
when you're dropping that knowledge on the people.
Thank you. And you know what? That's what it is. That's what people think like, yo. some people is just gifted with the knowledge that they give when you hear them speaking, and it's like they think that it's a divine blessing or something, like it's a gift. No, baby, it's the water. Water
Yeah,
is wisdom.
water is important, boy.
That's why they don't want y'all drinking it so much. That's why they make so many advertisements in TV commercials for Coca-Cola, Budweiser beers, and liquor, just liquor in general.
Nah, people. I'm glad you brought that up because people don't realize how much of a difference clean water make to the body, like for sickness, um, happiness, stress, anxiety, weight
Everything.
loss, like hair growth, like everything is really about water at the end of the day. Because I think like everybody knows we 70% water,
Mm-hmm.
just like the earth.
Mm-hmm.
So our bodies
Ooh,
love when we drink some clean water.
ooh.
Don't let it be some alkaline water with some lime in it, and
Uh,
it's on. Your
I had
heart,
I had to
yeah.
give you a horn for that. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you
I
off.
appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, but
People don't realize that.
yeah,
We 70%. Our body's 70% water, and then so is the earth, though.
yep. When you give your body those minerals and that those herbs and those that clean water, it's like you just make your body so happy. It like your heart, your
Mm,
mind, your lungs, everything, all your organs. They just thank you. You know what I'm saying? Because you finally giving them something that they can use instead of this dead, like these dead animals, this dairy, these
mm-hmm.
sugars, starch. Like our body can't do nothing with that. Like our brain, our heart, they can't help. They can't do nothing with this stuff that we be giving it, like from these fast food places. So when we give our body clean water, we give our body herbs, fruits, and vegetables. It's like they be happy.
Mm-hmm.
Like the organs be like celebrating inside our body. Like, thank you, Lord. Yeah, y'all
Right,
finally eating something good that I can use for energy and rejuvenation.
right. Your body be happy. It's like, damn, finally, what it take to
Yeah,
get
man, I'm
some
tired of these chicken sandwiches.
right. Your stomach, and like, you remember the movie Osmosis Jones, that cartoon movie Osmosis Jones, and
What
it
is
was
it called?
about, huh? Yeah,
What is
the
it called? What's the name of the cartoon?
Osmosis Jones, I think was the
Oh, I
name
ain't
of it.
never saw that. It's on like Nickelodeon.
Uh, I think it's on Netflix too.
Oh, I ain't never seen it. I ain't never seen that then.
This this right here.
Pulling it up.
Let see. All right.
Osmosis. Osmosis
Uh-huh.
is water, right? The water
Yep. Osmosis Jones. And
is
it was a
is
great
the
movie.
water go like from the atmosphere. I thought it's like the process that water go through, right?
Uh-huh. It's
The
a
water
real
cycle.
good movie. Oh man, bro. I love this movie when I was a kid when it first came out back in the day. Because it taught you about how the body, works, and how everything inside your body has a place and has a job that it has to do.
I wonder why they
The
don't
blood,
teach you
like,
that in school.
yeah. This movie right here, oh man, with Bill Murray. So it's like Bill Murray and Chris Rock and Brandy. Um, yeah, Brandy, Chris Rock, and Bill Murray.
You said Brandy, the singer?
Yeah, yeah,
Wow.
yeah. She used to act back in the day.
Nah,
Then she,
she do her thing. I think she a writer probably too. She probably write a lot. Brandy probably
yeah,
responsible for stuff I don't even know she responsible for.
yeah. Brandy and her verses that she did with Monica, which was great, by the way. I love seeing both of them back together.
Yeah, that
Once
was
again,
nice.
that was so insightful. And Brandy, she really brought a lot to that verses with her. Not that Monica did not this or downplaying Monica or nothing, but just since we're talking about Brandy,
How they still put Brandy and Monica against each other to this day? They just had a battle.
right? And that's the thing why, like, I walked away from the music industry and one having anything to do with it, because I used to want to be a music producer when I was in high school.
Yeah, you on the same page. Me and you the same. Yeah.
Yeah, so I just, but on the other hand, I was also an amateur writer. I had just started, writing stories and stuff, but I never told him. That was my little secret. But I had no idea that that little hobby of mine was gonna turn into something that I would be, making use of at career wise, and now being a screenwriter and a filmmaker or whatever. I had no idea back then. I just used to do it as a hobby. But anyway, yeah, that's what made me fall out of love with the music industry, because hip hop, any genre that's got us melanated people in it, they always want to put us against each other.
Yep, that's how they do it. Divide and conquer. We can't never
Right.
be strong together.
Right. They do it in all forms of communication spectrum, like from the radio stations to the literary corners of the world, like with the magazines, like Double XL, Source,
Yep.
all the hip hop magazines. All they ever do is try to pitch artists against each other.
Mainline.
And it gets so fucking redundant, and I get tired of things when things repeat too much in a cycle, like over and over again. To me, I get very easily bored and
But it
tired.
made you mad when they put them two against each other again.
Yeah, and it wasn't just my favorite artist. I was starting to see that they doing it just with the newcomers, all the time.
Yeah. They putting them against each other and they ain't even been in the game long enough to do.
Yeah, and the thing is, it wasn't just the hip hop industry that they were doing this in. They had been doing it in blues industry, the soul,
I
Motown.
didn't know they were doing that. They did Motown. Who they put Motown against?
Hell yeah, all the time. Like artists, like say for like Aretha Franklin and Patti LaBelle,
They put
they
them against each other?
they used to always try to make it seem like they was against each other too.
Competition. Oh, you talking about like real life. You talking about like real time.
Yes,
In real
like
time.
yeah, and also like Sam Cooke and what's the other guy that took his wife after he died? Sam Cooke.
You talking about Marvin Gaye.
No, not Marvin Gaye. Otis Cook. And I mean Sam Cooke.
Sam Cooke and Otis Redding.
Sam Cooke and what's the other dude? Oh shit. I listen to his music all the time.
Yeah, you gotta get through that. Yeah,
he wrote That's the Way I Feel About You. Sam Cooke. Oh my God.
I bet I know his name too.
What's the dude?
Curtis Mayfield.
Not Curtis. I don't think it's Curtis Mayfield.
Right, I listen to your music collection.
He wrote some of my mom's favorite song. Harry. Sorry, Harry. Shit. Oh man. That's the Way I Feel About You.
I'm a young
Bobby Womack.
Bobby Womack. Yeah.
Bobby Womack. There we go.
Legend. Yeah, that's a legend right there.
Bobby Womack and Sam Cooke, they did it to them. Marvin Gaye and Teddy Pendergrass.
Sometimes it's good to put them with, but I think that we can't never just be great on our own without people.
Right, and that's
against each other.
Right. I hate the way that they do us. And
they do that on all levels though, like in sports and everything.
Yeah.
Instead of everybody being great in their own right, you gotta always like, oh, this person better than this person. I think that is a bad thing that we do as a people.
Right.
But but honestly, that same structure, it made me want to be the best. Like, you know what I'm saying? So it do kind of motivate you to be the best out of everybody.
Right. Right. It's wild out here, y'all. It's just wild. They do the way that they do it. Who else? They tried to do. They always tried to put Whitney Houston against Mariah Carey.
Because them the only people you can put against each other.
It's always something, and I've
never. Who else could you even put in a conversation? You can't even put nobody else. I think who else could do?
Right.
Like, there ain't nobody else. You can't make cool.
I get that you need in the music industry, you need to sell music and records. I get that, but at the same time, you killing what you making money off of. And that's they did it so much, so they killed the music industry.
Yeah, man.
Like
That's why
put it like
everybody,
out to pasture type kill.
people sell their souls just to get, a part of the game. And then at the end of the day, they just use you up. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
They use you up. And like you said, now that it's all watered down now, like the music don't even what it used to
right.
be.
And the radio personalities, like say for instance, Ebro on Hot 97 and Rosenberg, and
Ego in
then
the
you got
morning, yeah.
Charlemagne and the Breakfast Club, always talking they shit about people and interviewing folks. And when they do, they always try to bring up some controversial shit between whoever they talking to, and then they'll bring up the name of another person. And then in the same breath, in the same week, they'll try to complain about how music ain't the same no more. They miss the way music used to be. Well, motherfucker, you playing into having a role of killing the shit. Cause the way you go about doing interviews and always trying to bait people
I
into
mean, I think
talking
that's what we
about
figured
shit.
out, man. Like everybody knows now it's all about controversy.
Right,
There's got to be some drama. I think it's just drama.
right.
Now the game is all about drama. It got to be. It can't be just like talent. Talent ain't enough no more.
It's
We need
not,
some drama,
it's no longer um
quality.
it's no longer the oil that helps the machine,
Mm-hmm.
the cognitive, where you put oil on things to make them run smooth.
Yeah,
It's no longer the lifeblood. The lifeblood is no longer fresh anymore in it. And people like Charlemagne are the reason why music is so dead with us, because we melanated, us black people, us Moors in America, whether we realize we Moors or not, undeclared or declared or whatever,
undeclared. Yeah, that's what we are.
every
Period.
every yeah, every facet of music type of music genres, we created them first.
Yeah, they steal everything. Like they stole all they stuff they call their own. They stole it from us.
Hmm.
They
Right.
dances, they food, they everything.
Everything.
Like they just thieves, man. They stole our
Right.
culture and then try to make us pay for it and
Right.
try to
Try
sell
to
it back to us.
take it from us and then try to sell it back to us.
Yeah, they crazy, man. That's why I said we didn't got involved with the lunatics behind the scenes. These people are crazy and they psychotic. And people voting for them and taking advice from them and all that, letting them leave their house. Come on, man. These people got mental issues.
Right. And you know what
I
else is the problem with
got a
that
bad boy.
music
Hold on,
industry?
that bad kid coming. Hold on.
Okay. Hold on. All right.
What was the original topic? Did you have a specific topic that you started with the show?
Did we have an original topic tonight?
Yeah, what was the original topic of the night?
Yeah, I was talking
I
about.
missed it.
You good? I was talking just about this clone stuff,
The
and
clones, have y'all discovered the biggest clones or the mainstream clones that we see on a regular basis?
oh no, I hadn't got that far yet. I was just explaining to people about the show that I was watching, Westworld, and the clone situation that they got in this show. And I
That's
just
on Netflix.
it's on HBO. It's called Westworld. It's basically it's just a show about the clones that me and Oliver always talk about here on the show, basically, and how Hollywood has been using clones, you know, for the longest, and we just now waking up to it and realizing it, you know.
My thing with the clones though, right? If they really got these clones, man,
Mm-hmm.
how do these clones family members, like the family members of the real person, how don't the real family ever expose the clone? Because if you a father, I mean, if you a father, a son, a wife, a mother, a cousin of this person, like Gucci Man and Will Smith or Joe Biden, any of these people who they say was clones or whatever.
Uh-huh.
How don't they family members, they kids and they mama and they auntie and the neighborhood people not know that they clones? So that's the only thing that make me think like, because there's a lot of ways that I see it add up that they are clones because it don't add up with them not being with a lot of stuff that be going on.
Mm-hmm.
But then at the end of the day, like how can your family members, your kids and your aunt, not exposed like this nigga a clone, y'all? Like or the neighborhood, you know what I'm saying? You from a certain area, you from a certain group of people, you went to school, somebody from high school gonna know. They're gonna ask you a question or something like that, and then you ain't gonna know the answer. And like, nigga, you weird. What's going on with you? They're gonna look for something that they know about you. And it's gonna come out that you're not the real you, and then it's gonna be mainstream. So I'm wondering how these clones flying under the radar so well. If it's really clones.
You forgetting to factor in the most obvious thing, Eric. You keep forgetting society has been trained not to care. You have you forget that, we've been trained to look the other way on things.
Yeah, it'll be right up under our nose. It's supposed to be right up under our nose, right?
Right. So it's not whether or not how do people in their families not notice that something is weird going on. It's not necessarily that. The right question is the wrong question that to ask. You got to reword the question, and then once you learn to reconfigure in your head how to ask what you want to know about, you got to remember, you got to ask it in a way as if you ask in a computer, a search engine like a Google or something.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Because you got to remember our society, that me and you as millennials, the world we live in,
Mm-hmm.
You and me, we recognize that the world is very much different from when we were children growing up in it.
True.
Right?
Very
In the
true.
90s, right? The 90s.
Yeah.
Each generation, but that's a feeling that each generation has, Baby boomers have that same,
Feeling about us, about our group.
Right. They have that same feeling in their mind about when they were children growing up in the 50s and 60s.
Yeah.
So it's normal for us to feel that way. Now, in terms to answering what your question is about, how is it that it's not a matter of how do these clones fly so well under the radar.
Yeah.
The real question should be that why do we live in a society where we allow so much wrong to happen that we are at the point where we become numb to shit and we just don't care about anything, even when we
Anything
see
now.
weird stuff going on.
Yeah. Like a lot of mental illnesses, people have decided to say that if you judge them or say something about it being wrong, then now you are that's hate speech, or you denigrating people when you tell them like, hey, what you doing? That's not right. For you to be, trying to be a girl or whatever they want to teach you.
Right.
Teach you right, something right now. If you teach somebody right things, then they criminalize the person who's teaching the right information. Like you, no, don't do that. Go work out to a little boy.
Mm-hmm.
And they say that you're a bad person because you told that little boy to go work out. You know what I'm saying? And he a man. He can, if he work out, he can get some muscles, he can get stronger, faster. He can, do things that he never thought he could do.
Right.
But society will say that you're a bad person for even considering telling these little feminine little boys not to be feminine. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I feel what you're saying. Like things that are right now, it's bad. Like they say that you the bad person. Whenever you bring up the right thing, so they don't reverse it, man. It used
Right.
to be okay to do the right things or say the right things. Now they
Right.
say that that's the criminal. You're the criminal now.
Right.
If you tell somebody like, oh, you're not supposed to do that, don't put no poison in your head, young lady. That's on. You know what I'm saying? They don't say you judge, man. You're a hater.
Right. It's not so much that, like I said, like it's not so much that people not paying attention and things seem like they flying under the radar. It's we have to take into account, well, something ain't right with us as human beings.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because think about how everyday life is living when you live here in the United States that they call America.
Yeah.
Think about it for a second. Let's really think about that and open the hood a little bit on that together. All right. We got what? Fast food restaurants, right?
Corny.
Yeah. You know what, Eric?
Mm-hmm.
This is great time to do that. I just thought of something. I used to tell people this when I first started, waking up again to things. And this is what I used to do for myself when I was trying to understand stuff. All right, do this for me. You got a pen and a piece of paper or something right now?
Yeah. I actually got like 10 like I don't think I got like 50 pens right here in front of me.
All right, well, get one of them and let me know when you're ready to write. This is what I want you to do for me.
All right, one moment.
This is a perfect time. Perfect time to do
All right,
this.
okay, I got the pen, I got the paper.
All right, you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right. You got TV, right? You able to do you got YouTube or
Yeah.
or a Roku player or whatever. Whatever you watch, TV through, something that you can watch TV, but it also play commercials or something.
Okay, yeah, like YouTube, yeah.
Yeah, like YouTube. Say like you can do this whenever,
So write
And
down what I'm supposed to write down.
huh?
What am I writing down?
It can be anything that you like to watch on YouTube, documentaries or TV shows or whatever, that you watch on there. They all got ads now, right? They do commercials and shit. So yeah, it can be from YouTube. All right. So watch whatever you want to watch as long as they put in commercial breaks. It don't matter if it's a movie or a TV show, you decide whatever you want to watch. Yeah,
Okay.
but it'll be somewhere where you can see commercials.
Okay.
All right. All right, here it go. Little game that I made. And when you do this, I'ma see. Hit me up tomorrow. And once you got that list, hit me up tomorrow, and I'm gonna do a special episode on this with you once you bring this list back to me about it.
Okay.
All right. You bring back your list and your progress with it. We're gonna do this. All right. I'm excited about this. All right. So what I
Okay.
want you to do with that list, all right. Whenever you see a commercial, I want you to make a category of a few things. If you see commercials that pertain to cars, I want you to write car commercial and how many times you see a car commercial whenever you watching something.
Okay.
All right, make a column for that. And what else? Other commercials I want you to pay attention to. Let's see. Movie and TV. However many movie and new TV show advertisement commercials, make a column for that one too. All right. What's next? What's gonna be next? Let's see. Oh, number 3, the third column for that I want you to keep track of is food, restaurants. Keep track of how many either fast food restaurants that you see commercials, or like advertisements for like people that's got their own business, bakery or whatever. Because I know Facebook is doing that a lot now. They call themselves trying to help small business owners and shit. You can put them in too, I guess, on that spectrum under the food. Hold on.
What, okay.
Sorry about that, y'all. Sorry about that.
You
So I said food, right? I said the food commercial.
said food, cars, and movies. And
Food,
new
cars,
TV
food.
shows.
All right. What else? You can put also food, cars, and movie, video game commercials. If you see those, you can put that down too. All right.
Hold on. What's the last one?
Video games. Because
Okay, here we go.
I notice sometimes I see video game commercials. All right. With all of those, here's what I want you to do. Whatever show you binge watch or whatever, doesn't matter what you like to watch or nothing. As long as you're gonna see some of these ads, these commercials. What I want you to do, each time you see one of them, write it down on this list. Write them down. How many times you've seen in a full day. All right. So between, I guess, what's tonight? Starting is what? 11:23. So let's see. You probably be going to sleep soon after this. So when you wake up in the morning or whatever and start your day tomorrow, from that time, I guess, or if you want to start tonight, you can do that, watch whatever, and keep track and progress of these type of commercials that you see throughout your day. And then when you finish and you I call you back and hit you up about bringing it back to the show, and you share your progress with us, we'll go from there. But I just want you to observe how many times you see this type of stuff.
Man,
And
I see it so much. I'm telling you.
huh?
I already know it's gonna be a lot. I done seen
Yeah.
so much.
Yeah, just tell me how many times you see that, these type of things. Oh, wait a minute. Another one. I forgot about this one because since we are in an election year,
Oh yeah, don't pop political ads coming up. Like,
yeah,
that's all I'm saying. I
yeah,
ain't even seeing no other ads no more.
yeah, put that down too, because you'll probably see political ads. Oh, and you might even see ads from like these newspaper publication like New York Times or
Okay, okay.
Washington Times, LA Times or
I've been
something.
seeing this. They actually paying a lot of money to get on mask commercials too now. I've been seeing a lot of commercials saying please mask up and wear a mask.
Yeah,
Yeah,
all those type.
wear a mask to help.
Yeah, that too. You can put the face mask type stuff you see too.
Corona stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
So,
So what I want you to do is as you're watching whatever you're watching, also write down the TV show or movie or whatever it is, you know,
write down the details. Yeah, write down the details.
write down whatever it is that you were watching, um that, and then yeah, write down whatever it is that you were watching where these commercials come in at, because
Okay.
whatever
Okay.
you watch, what I've noticed is whatever you watch, they always put in something that's kind of related to whatever you're viewing, you're watching, you know,
Mhm.
whether it be TV show or movie or not on there.
Man.
Count, always keep that list close to you and your pen. Keep it close to you at all times. And whenever you see something, commercial of one of these things, just write it down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you know, just check it. Or you know, like the old school way. Line, you know how you write the numbers by line, one, one line, line 2, line 3, line 4,
Mhm.
line 5, and then you cross it out diagonally and for the number 5. I
Mhm.
think you can do it that way.
Okay. I
Probably
got
best
you.
you do it that way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like
And
keeping
then,
tallies.
huh?
Like
Yeah,
like keeping a tally.
a tally. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
it. Right there. Thank you. Keep a tally of everything. And then tomorrow, probably what's a good time for you tomorrow? Like in the evening.
Usually
Well,
it's during the daytime, honestly.
or daytime? Yeah.
Yeah, daytime is definitely.
All right, cool. Whatever work for you, let me know. And then we go from there. And then I'm gonna explain why I had you do this.
Um,
I'm gonna explain it.
I can't wait. Yeah, I can't wait to do it.
Yeah, I'll explain it to you
But
then. Because I
but
did.
as far as this, I'm gonna do that for sure. But I don't want to lose that thought on the clone situation.
Mm-hmm,
I really want to get to the bottom of that. I don't really like dive into too much stuff that's crazy like that.
mm-hmm.
But I want to get to the bottom of this video that said like it was tens, like almost 50 people who we think that's still alive who actually have been dead or they've been
Yeah,
actually in
like
jail
that.
or something.
They're
Yeah,
calling
yeah.
it the Mandela effect, I think.
I ain't noticed what they call it, but yeah, they saying
Yeah,
that
it used to be butterfly. No,
the butterfly
butterfly
effect.
effect. Butterfly effect is something else, I think, though. But they start calling this thing the Mandela effect because they said people thought that when they said that Mandela had died, a lot of people thought that the man had been dead already for years.
Yeah, yeah, because he recently died.
Yeah, when Obama, I think, was in office still.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember
Yeah, I thought he had died
that.
40 and 2. I'm like, huh? I'm like, wait a minute. He ain't died in the early 80s. I mean, early 2000s at least.
Nah, man, we in the matrix for real, man. I just want to break out of the matrix, man, and live good, treat people good, be healthy and strong. You know, protect our children, protect our women, protect our land, and
Mm-hmm.
just love love each other, man, and heal each other and learn and teach each other.
Yeah,
support each other, man. That's all I want as a people. Like, and it got to be a door opening up throughout all this nonsense for the good people of the earth to still be able to live a good life.
right. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. You know, I think about stuff like that all the time, and that's where my thought was when I first started hearing about the clone. I was like, what point would people get out of this? But then as I was hearing about it and learning about it, I was also watching the show that opened my eyes, which is called Archer. Which is, I'll show it to you. Archer is one of my most favorite, it is my favorite, TV show. It's up there with Beavis and Butthead, Daria, and King of the Hill. I love those movies. I mean those shows. I love watching my cartoon animation shows, and they kind of seem like real
Yeah, I ain't gonna
life.
lie, the
Yeah,
Simpsons always know everything before it happens.
yeah. So Archer is, let me see, good show. I use this one. Archer. That shit look. Wait a minute. Something look wrong with the picture. Hold up. Trying to get a good show. Is something wrong with my screen, or is it just what is happening? I feel like the picture is just blurry every single time. Let me try this one. Oh wait, that's why. Okay, I had it zoomed in too. I think too close those other times. It's might. No, it still look fuzzy. But anyway, this is the show Archer right here.
Okay, I see it.
Yeah. Archer is basically, it's like James Bond movies if they were animate cartoon animation.
Yeah, yeah, that sounds nice, man.
Yeah, watch if you really want to know what's going on in the world, watch this show, Archer. You will not be disappointed. They hilarious. At
That's
least
crazy. Off of this show, I can find out real stuff.
yes. They talk about all of it. They talk about everything from Hitler um being alive still and living in Argentina, Hitler having children, who is one of the agents in this spy show, ISIS. um they have everything in this show that they talk about. Just really pay attention when you watch the show, because they drop knowledge on things that the outside public civilian life are not
Yeah.
privy to just yet.
Wow,
You
man, I
know,
gotta check that out.
this is their show. Yes, man, this is my show. Like, I love this show. Like, anytime like I'm ready to like just kick back and relax, this is my go-to show,
I'm gonna
because
check
they
it
talk
out.
about everything. They talk about World War II, being in places where they kickstart, what they call coups, which are military rebellion and overthrowing of people in power. They talk about everything in this show. So they talk about the clones, which is this guy. Can you see right here where I'm pointing?
Yeah,
This guy right here, he's the guy that be doing all the clones and shit.
that's crazy, man.
Hitler's alleged son that they always hinting about. So pay attention to this dude. Um, yeah, it's like if The Office, the show The Office, right?
Yeah,
It's like that show if The Office was about spies, you know, just a lot of workers just incompetent in the workplace, just people that's goofy as hell, and people that you wouldn't think would be in charge in the last hope of the known free world, as they call it. It's just a good
Man.
show. It's the humor. Like if you a person like me who's got a dry sense of humor and very witty and sarcastic, and you love sarcasm, that type of humor and comedy, this is the show. Hands down. This is it.
I'm gonna check
They
it
talk
out for
about
sure. Definitely. Man.
everything. And it's really like it's they spin on. I know people always be wondering like what year is this show set in? Like where are they really at? And so what I've researched and found, somebody told me, is that it's really kind of like a take on the world being um I guess it's a take on what would have happened. They say, I think it was if America would have won, um, I guess World War II, and then the Korean War, and then the silent Cold War or whatever. It goes from there. I guess if President Kennedy, excuse me, if President Kennedy was never assassinated, because as you can see, the way that they
That was
dress.
weird. They talking about a magic bullet. I still don't like that, man.
Yeah, the way that they dress, as you can see, it's like if they got the wardrobe of the 1960s. So that's what I mean by, I think it's supposed to be taking place if Kennedy was never assassinated.
Wow, that's something deep to think about, man. That's why I said a lot of people who we think got killed and all that, man.
Yeah.
I don't think it like we in the matrix, man.
Yeah, because really think about it. If Kennedy never had been killed, the world probably would be, still looking like the 60s, that style. Affirmative action would have never had to happen. Probably it probably would have happened, but not the way that we know it, the story that we know. So it's just like it's a timeline loop that they living in. They living in like an alternate timeline in this show. Like I said, it's like if JFK was never killed, and Bobby was still alive, Bobby Kennedy as well, they never got killed. What would the world be like, So yeah, if you
Man, that's something deep. I gotta check that out.
yeah, because I know you always real deep into want to know about the clones and stuff. This show, it talks about that, a whole lot. And it's hilarious. So
Man, I just don't get how they saying uh, Will Smith, like he was on the list. Barack and Michael, they called him not even Michelle, they called Michelle Michael.
yeah,
They
they
said,
do. They
yeah,
do.
they said Michael and Barack like either in jail
Hmm.
or they dead, you know what I'm saying, whatever. Like,
You know
but
what
it's
I've
just
noticed about all of this, or those people that they say on this alleged list? What I've noticed, Eric, is that since COVID and they've locked down most of the country, where are some of these celebrities that we usually used to seeing so much all the time? Where are they really at?
yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
yeah, that's
Like you
deep, man.
notice that you haven't really seen the real who's who lately, you know.
You know why, man? Cause they all in this cahoots, man. They did like went underground and stuff like that too, man. Like
Right, because you got to remember, we are in 2020, and that is a year that is like
2020 vision.
age of Aquarius. We've always, here's the thing, Eric. We've been in an age of Aquarius already. You and me, our generation, people born in the 80s and early 90s, like you and me. We've been in the age of Aquarius since the 70s, I believe, right? So 2020, I know people like to say 2020 is the beginning, it's the age of Aquarius. No, 2020 is just means vision. Your vision is just clearer. Like if you were an eye doctor, Eric, eye doctors know that 2020 is the measurement that they talk about a person being able to see everything clear, right?
So
It's how well your eyes are working at full tilt.
yeah, that's deep. That's deep. Yeah, go ahead, keep going. I'm listening.
Yeah, so like it's not so much that we are in the age of Aquarius just because we in the year 2020. It's more so we just more clarity, our vision is at 100% finally where it's supposed to be at
Man,
2020. You can see things. Whereas before we had a feeling like a blind person. Like blind people, some it's levels of being blind from what I've been told through studying and doing research.
mm-hmm,
People have levels of their blindness, right? Some people are full blind, like alleged Stevie Wonder and Ray Charles were supposed to be. And
mm-hmm,
then you got people who got like a little bit of blindness, like glaucoma, a little fuzziness here and there. It's like they got film over their eyes, but they can still see like silhouettes and shapes of things. They just can't see clear, right?
mm-hmm.
So that's kind of where we're at in our society. We up until before 2020, the year 2020, we could see certain things, and our sense, our orientation in terms of senses, we could hear. It's just we couldn't see what we were hearing about, if that
Deep.
makes
That's deep.
sense. You
Yeah, that's
you
deep.
follow me?
Yeah.
We couldn't make sense of we always were hearing things, spoken, whispers of certain things, but we could never really see it. It's like the saying, you can't see the forest. Some people can't see the forest for the trees that's around them, right?
Yep, that's true.
Right. So like it's very much that's how we've been up until this year, 2020. 2019, we started getting our vision back. We started those shapes and things that I was describing to you a second ago, where some people who are blind, but they can see a little bit. It's just they can see just silhouettes of things. They can't see the full formation and things of of what something is in front of them, but they can make out a little bit of the shape of something. They can see the outer, outlines of things, shapes, people, or whatever it is. They just don't really realize it fully what it is yet that's in front of them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
definitely.
that's how we've been until 2020. Now that 2020 is here, everything we've gotten our sight back. You know
Yeah,
how it
you
is
can see.
when you
Yeah,
have
the
a
wool. It's like the wool is taking out people's eyes.
right. You know how it is when you go to your eye doctor appointment and you have your eye test, and your eye doctor tell you, I'm gonna give you some eye drops to dilate your pupils. It is gonna make you're gonna have to wear these sunglasses, these special sunglasses when you leave here. But these eye drops are gonna help me be able to see into your eyes and see, the muscle, the tissue, and the health of how your eyesight is, right? That's what they always tell us, right?
Right.
So it's like that with us. 2019, 2018, they were like that for us. We had to we were starting to see things, but we were always hearing things, but 2018, 2019, we were starting to see things very clear for the first time, and we were starting to get to a point where we could finally take off those protective sunglasses that we would wear after we leave the eye doctor, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you get your vision back. The sunlight no longer hurts your eyes because of the eye drop dilation. it's worn off, basically.
Mhm.
Now we can see what the hell it is that we've been hearing about.
Deep too, man. It's real deep. So,
Does that make sense?
yeah,
We can see shit. The shit that we've been hearing is we've been hearing it for a while, but we've never known how to see it. We could never imagine that something so evil and vicious like that could really be in existence, and that really is true, and you can see it for the first time with your own eyes. Well, don't that sound familiar to this whole year?
yeah, very familiar. It seems like exactly what's going on, man.
Right, they got us sit. Why does the media have us all sitting at home? Why do we look to the news and the media on our TV screen for them to tell us not only about coronavirus and warn us about this new virus? We look to them, well, if y'all told us about it, what should we do now? What's next? What does that mean for us? You see how quickly we were in our society, we rely on the outside rather than looking on the inside for the answers.
Yeah, we should have never been listening to these people, man.
Huh?
We should have never been listening to them. Like they stupid. Like we tired of listening to these people. I don't
Right,
know who told us to listen to them in the first place, but we need to stop.
right. We've been looking outward in our lifetimes for so long, at least in within the last century, which was the 20th century, the 1900s, I believe.
Mhm.
We've been looking outside and taught to look outside of ourselves for so goddamn long that when trouble does come our way, we don't go inside. We don't go inside and invert to ourselves and just shut down and quickly go into hibernation mode while we're inside trying to get our inside right, trying to get our soul, our heart, and our spirit all lined up, like we saw 2 weeks ago, when you could step outside, you can look up at the moon and you could see Jupiter right there behind the moon, and then to the left you could see Saturn not far away. We down here on Earth, people that still didn't realize it, that was a planetary alignment. That's like 5 planets right there that are aligned,
That's deep,
right?
man.
We had 5 planets, Eric, that were aligned a week ago. This is the same night that we got news of the Black Panther, Chadwick Boseman, being dead.
Yeah, that's
That was the
ironic.
same exact night.
Ironically,
Right, ironically. But here's the kicker, Eric. Before that Friday, the Friday before, I came out onto my porch to sit outside, right?
hmm
I came outside and I turned to go sit on the front porch where we have our patio furniture couch out there. And just as I was getting ready to turn the corner, I hear something scurrying and running away. And I jumped back.
wow.
I'm like, what the hell is that moving? What the fuck? Is that a raccoon? I didn't know what the hell it was. I didn't know if it was a raccoon, a skunk. Squirrels don't fuck with humans that close. So I
Yeah,
knew it wasn't a squirrel.
man.
You know what it was, Eric?
What was it?
A black cat.
Oh yeah,
It was a
I
black cat.
I like black cats too, man. What you think about them?
Right. That's exactly what I said to myself, Eric. I said, yo, oh, that's just you. The cat. And here's the thing, this is the same cat that's been around. He always comes around our building. At least the front where me and my neighbor across the hall, we always seeing or at least hearing it. I heard his ass tussling out there the other night. he,
What do you got into it with another cat, maybe?
he must have been tussling with another cat because I started hearing this loud, you
Yeah,
know
they
how
get
cats
into
be.
it. Yeah, them cats, boy, they They get into it, man. They don't play no games.
They don't play no games. Them motherfuckers must have been tussling.
Yeah, it was a
Cause I heard that,
misunderstanding.
I was like, it's one damn near going on 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm hearing this damn cat,
That's
and
what
it
cats
was
get
him.
down too.
I'm willing to bet you, Eric, that it was him because we have been hearing about cats being around, but that's a whole nother story. But anyway, I saw this black cat, and when I seen it, I said, "Oh, it's you." Like I was familiar with it, you know. I was familiar with him. Like I knew, you know, that he existed and that he had been around. You know, my neighbor had told us that she had seen it before. So I looked at him and Eric, he ran, even though he ran from under our couch out in our patio, he ran from under there because I guess he heard me coming around the corner. He ran and took off scurrying. His claws must have been, you know, scurrying on the ground pavement. And that's what I heard. And that's when it startled me. And I jumped back. And then I looked down. I'm like, what the hell? What was that? It was him. I looked, Eric, and he was looking back at me. He had stopped.
Wow.
He didn't run away, Eric. He had stopped. So he ran from under the couch, yes, but he didn't run that far because where he stopped, he had stopped right where the bushes are, the little garden that's outside the windows here. The little, you know, the hedge bushes that you
Yeah,
always
here
see.
it is.
Yeah, those type of bushes. He just stopped right in there where that soil is. You know, them redwood, you know, soil that gardeners be putting out.
Yeah, I know
He
what you're talking about.
stopped.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, he stopped and his yellow eyes looked right back at me. And I said, "Oh, it's you." And it's like Eric, it's like it knew that I was talking to it and could understand him, even though
Yeah,
I'm a human, it's a cat. But our eyes were looking at each other. I didn't look away from him. He didn't look away from me. We staring at each other as I'm talking. I said, "Oh, it's you. You out here." I said, "All right, it's cool. You ain't gotta run. It's cool. You safe. You good here. You good
yeah,
around me."
ain't no drama. Yeah, you
Because
said
in our life, Eric, I'm sure just like me, you've been raised to believe that when you see a black cat, it's bad luck.
yeah, that's some nonsense.
That's
Yeah,
some bullshit, you know, right? Like we've always heard this. Like, why are our elders always telling us, oh, if a black cat, if you see a black cat and it cross your path, turn around, walk the other way. And I've always known that that's stupid because that's just like saying, like, if you sitting in your car outside and you live in what quote unquote the hood or whatever, and you see people walking up and down the block that look just like
yeah, you get scared
and
of
then
them.
you lock the door as soon as you see them coming, you know, to walk past where you is inside your car. That's some fucked up shit.
Yeah, that ain't good. That ain't,
You know, like why you gotta do that and make them feel like they criminals? That's some
yeah, that's why you're right. They should have never criminalized the black cat. Obviously, it's
right.
a reason why they want to hate on this. You know, hate on the black cat for a reason.
Absolutely. See, we here, Eric. Me and you, we here.
Yeah,
So
we
yeah,
on the same page. I think you should. I think you should get back to writing a lot. I don't know if you've been writing lately, but
indeed,
yeah,
yes,
you got to keep
all the
writing.
time.
You know, I actually just wrote a new book too. Did you ever get a chance to read my book, Waking Up Sleeping Giant?
That's what I have needed to ask you about the title of it again because I went to look for it on my phone and I
Mm-hmm.
had forgot. I think I put in the wrong title or something. I must have had it spelt wrong.
Yeah, it's just
Um,
waking. I don't know if it's easier to. It might be kind of hard to find
it's
on
not a
Amazon, but I haven't checked. But if you go to my website, you will see that I actually got it's the first thing you're gonna see almost. You can get it right there directly from there,
all
and
right.
just
What's
read it
the
on your own
website again?
time when you get a chance because it's a book where we both think alike. You know what I'm saying? So you will probably relate to a lot of the stuff.
All right.
Plan on there.
Before we end, I'm gonna ask you, and I'm gonna put it up again in the thing so folks can find it as well. Same as me, cause I got the Kindle app on my phone, so
Oh yeah, so it should pop up quick if you got Kindle. Yeah, it should pop up
yeah,
quick.
that's how I be reading. Sometimes I go to the library and I check out books or either, but
Yeah, but it's on Kindle. That's why I got it with
yeah,
Amazon Kindle. Yeah, it's on Kindle.
I find I read the most when I got it on my phone for some reason.
Yeah, so
Rather,
it might pop up now when if you ever get a chance, it might pop up even just on your Kindle when you search. Just waking up, sleeping giant, and
okay,
just see if you like it. Let me know what you think.
I got you, bro. I got you.
Yeah, I appreciate you for real too, man. And I want you to write a book too, so I can get your book.
I've been thinking around writing a book. I really have.
Yeah, you just gotta tell your point of view, man. Tell your story.
Uh-huh.
No holds barred. Just keep the truth for the people. They love it. You just keeping it real.
Is it the? It's not one of these. Is it Waking?
Waking, hold on. Waking up, sleeping giants by Flame Go. What does it say? Hold on, let me look. I can't see that. Hold
All right. But anyway, while you're doing that, I'm gonna continue telling folks. When I
on.
saw
Okay.
that, when I saw him, I was like, "You good over here?" And it was hot outside, true enough. So I said, you know what? Let me go in the house, find a little Tupperware or something, and get some water because it's hot as hell out here. And his fur is all black, so I know he got to be hot.
You probably dehydrated.
Yeah, he trying to clearly if he's sitting under the patio, he trying to keep cool, because that pavement, I guess is cool if you find a spot. So I was like, you good over here, Mr. Cat. But anyway, the point of my story was that me seeing that a week before Chadwick had passed, I finally got it a week later when all of that had happened. Chadwick passed right before that, before I got the news, before Brother Supreme had told me that had happened. I sent, I think I sent a few folks that message in the group chat about Jupiter being up above the moon.
Yeah.
So me and Supreme were talking, and then he hit me with that news about the Black Panther being dead. So I was like, oh shit. Well, I'm noticing, Eric. The point I'm getting to is that I'm noticing that it's not so much that I'm like trying to say I'm special or anything. I'm just noticing that I'm starting to have visions that I can see, and not only can I see them, but I'm starting to get things where they come to me, and then they play out the next day, or
Wow. Yeah,
or 2 days later, if that makes sense,
that's a gift right there.
Yeah. So when that had happened, that wasn't the first time that happened to me before, Eric. Something similar happened the same night, day that Nipsey Hussle had died. And I still have that on my phone, what I had
That's
posted,
sweet, man.
because I never forget it. It was 5:55 in the afternoon. Um, what is it? March the 31st, the day before April Fool's Day. And at 5:55, I looked on down at my phone, and I said something because I had seen those numbers, and I said, usually when I see these numbers, I make a wish or something I had said that day.
Mm-hmm.
And when I did, news about Nipsey Hussle being dead suddenly started coming through on my phone. So what I'm saying is that I can see things basically. Well, not see them, but I get these
Intuition. Yeah, it's the women
notifications.
intuition. I think y'all got a superpower now.
Yeah, but it's more than just human women's intuition. I think what I'm starting to notice about it is that I think Allah has been sending me stuff like that. It's just I'm just not at the point because I'm grown now, fully grown. I'm starting to understand the why to it. The how, not so much the how, but the why. I'm coming to my understanding because now I'm noticing that I can see things and then the next hour or the next day they happen. It's kind of like you remember in the Dr. Doolittle movie?
Yeah, I watched that recently.
Yeah. Dr. Doolittle 2 where Ray and Simone and Kyla Pratt, you know, they kind of Raven's character, she comes into uh moment in time where she starts to hear, she can hear voices of the animals and
I
talk to
remember
them.
that. I remember that. Is that on two?
Yeah. So that's pretty much how it was for me in life. Like when I say that I finally woke up again when I was like 25, and you know, I had been suppressing and ignoring, trying to ignore things
Almost get your gift. Yeah.
that just kept coming to me. But I was at a place where just leave me alone. I don't want to see this. Like I'm trying to ignore it as much as I can each and every time it happens. And it got to the point where all I had to like, oh, so you ain't gonna listen, you ain't returning my call, you ain't gonna pick up when I'm sending you a message. All right, I'm gonna do one better. I'm gonna really fuck your world up, you know? Damn fly. I'm gonna really mess your world up. And now I'm gonna make your ass sit down indefinitely. Well, not indefinitely, but I'm gonna make you sit down to the point where you gotta listen to me. So when I started getting sick in college, and I'm having sickle cell attacks nearly at the start of every semester, it got to the point where, God damn, I'm getting exhausted and I'm sick and tired of getting sick when I'm trying to work and just
Yeah, man.
do
I'm
something.
sorry.
And Allah was like, nah, I brought you here to see something that was going on that you need to see, that I needed you to see. Now that I've shown you that, I don't need you here trying to stick around. Your mission is over. It's time to go to the next mission that I got for you. Stop trying to stick around and stay. Get the fuck out. So when I say that, I mean like I was steady trying to stick around and stay at school, trying to work on finishing college, getting my degree in film and in communication. But Allah was basically like, no, this ain't, no, I didn't bring you here just for this. Like, no, I brought you here. I needed you to see something. And now that it's come your way and I've showed it to you, that's it. You mission accomplished. Get out. And do you know
That's deep.
I started like kind of failing in classes and shit, and I couldn't understand it because I was always a good student.
Yeah, that was your
But
point.
for some reason, it was slipping away from me. I was deteriorating right before my fucking eyes, and I couldn't understand it. You know what I'm saying? I knew one thing was that I was just sick and tired. I'm sick and tired of getting sick, and I'm trying my best to succeed at something. And no matter how hard I put my all into it and try, I'm seeing like I'm being pushed away and held back, and I just can't get myself over this hill, over the hump. Like,
Did
what
you
the
change
fuck?
your diet?
Yeah. Huh?
Excuse me, sorry about that. Did you change your diet before after that?
I never had to change my diet much, Eric, because I've always been a person I've always drank my water. All I ever drink is water. And, but for the most part, in terms of my diet and what I eat, I've always been like a fruit and vegetable
Yeah,
eating person. So that never changed with me. That never had much of an effect on me. It was more so I equated it to once I found out what it was, I was like, damn it, Allah is the best of
you
planners,
had
but
to move. You had to move. You changed your life when you doing that
yeah,
stuff.
Allah is like the best of planners, but he's also the best at writing stories and storylines for people, because what he did with me was tell me that I need to be where where
Yeah,
I'm
not where you want to be, where he tell you to be.
not where I want to be. Because I noticed the more that I tried to start doing what I want to do, the more I was failing. But the
Yeah.
more that I started to listen finally and open my eyes, that's when all the other doors that I wanted to open but
Man,
couldn't
that's a powerful
open,
message.
they started opening up for me.
Powerful message, man. I hope everybody out there getting this message because that's powerful right there.
Yeah. So once I realized that, I was like, oh, this is why I don't need college. I get it now. This is why. You were
Yeah.
trying to tell me that I'm trying to work extra hard to get to make it in college. And really, in the reality of the actuality of what I was being shown was I never needed college in the first place, because
Nah.
everything that I really thought I wanted was coming now to me naturally. It was coming to me.
And you
But
know, college is really the more you learn from them, the more education they give you, the dumber you're gonna be when it comes to reality of what you need to know. Because they program you to be
thank you, Eric.
ignorant as
That's
hell.
what I had found out. That's what I was finding out. That is exactly it, Eric. I was finding out the longer that I was trying to stick around and stay, the more it was becoming obvious to me that this is some type of cult, ritualistic type of environment, which is what colleges are. They take the essence of the young people, the young and the ignorant, the meek and mild and the dumb up here. They take them because they so young. Young people ain't got a fighting chance when they in college, really. I don't give a damn how good you did in high school with your AP classes and your straight A's. When you get to college, it ain't like you think it's going to be for you. And that's why so many people, you hear so many people just falling out of college and just going fucking crazy and nuts all of a sudden.
A lot of pressure they put on people.
Yep. But you know what?
But if you, I'm getting sleepy.
Yeah, I'm
I'm
about
about
to
to pass out over here, boy.
yeah.
If you
I,
can, if
I
you
know you get
can, then when you get the book, you go to my website and click on it. It's gonna be easier because I gotta figure out what's going on with Amazon and Kindle. Why don't I pop up right away? I don't know if they gotta put in my name.
yeah,
They got me under Flame Ghost as the author name, but
yeah. We gonna
we
work it
can figure
all
it
out.
out. Yeah, we got video.
Yeah. But
Yeah, so
it's 12 now where I'm at, so
I'm at.
I'm not gonna hold the listeners hostage too much.
We
But yeah,
appreciate y'all out there, man. We appreciate y'all. Really be doing awesome work, man. She worked really hard to bring this to y'all. She put
mhm,
in, consistent energy towards the people, trying to make a difference. So I hope y'all really support her. Cause I really appreciate what she's doing. She's giving me a platform. She's giving so many people a platform and an outlet just to speak their mind and learn the truth and correct their status. And this is just priceless. You know what I'm saying? So if it's any way you can donate to Sister Willa and help her movement, what she's going on, you can get them some donation information or whatever. I think it'd be important because there's some good people out there
yeah,
that probably want to support your movement because
yeah.
you're really helping out and you're doing a lot of work. You know
I
what
appreciate that, brother. I really do. Cliff was talking about doing that earlier tonight in the show. He said, "Son, we may have to start a Patreon page at the way we going, because the amount of truth that we be dropping on this show, we may have to we may have to find out other alternative
I'm
routes."
saying? Yeah, it's hard to come out on these live, these
Yeah,
platforms with the truth like that.
yeah, and we well aware of that YouTube. We well aware that where we at with this live stream. We just for now we it's new as y'all know. If y'all don't know, we just now started being able to use it through YouTube
Yeah,
and
I'm proud of you for getting your YouTube number too.
live stream. So yeah, we work in progress, people. Nothing is etched in stone. We trying this avenue, seeing how we like it. and working out, as well as working out the kinks on and other things with it. But we all learning, just like Brother Eric is as well, with his things that he has going on from his book, his website. Also, once again, before we go, I want to give people that info.
Yeah,
Support
appreciate
our
that.
brother Eric. Eric, if you can leave it up in the chat.
Yeah, I'm about to type it in now so you
Yeah,
can hear it.
yeah. And
Yeah,
the thing
everybody out
that
there, man, we appreciate y'all. Anybody that's up right now, or anybody that watched this video, I hope it records for people to see that ain't up to watch it. But we
yeah,
really appreciate y'all, man. If y'all got any topics or ideas or feedback, I'm sure if you put it in the chat or in the comments that Sister Willis will be willing to give y'all some feedback, you know what I mean, or answer your question.
yeah. Indeed, indeed. Yeah. Also, you can always leave comments in the YouTube comment section as well. And yeah, we'll do our best to get back to everybody. Be patient with us. Like I said, we all still learning how to use these tools and platforms these days. I'm learning as I'm going, so just be patient with us. We still in our little infancy, so charge it
You're doing
if
an excellent job, though. I just
charge
want
it
you to
to
know
our head, not our hearts.
you're doing an excellent job. So,
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes. Check out, here it is, everybody. Check out Brother Eric's website, theinfoisland.com. People, check it out. Give our brother some support.
yeah,
He,
man, I just
he
want people to get their credit repaired if they need funding for a business or a property, or if they just want to read or laugh or listen to some
yes,
music, listen to a podcast, or learn about health, learn about, stuff that Sister Willis is trying to teach y'all about. It's all on there, man. I really appreciate every single second that you all spend on my website, and especially if you get you something on there that you like our Health is Wealth t-shirts or a bunch of nice
indeed,
things, man. There's so much stuff to go over. If you're willing to go on my website and just scan through it, something will catch your attention, I guarantee it.
indeed. Yes. Please give our brother some support. And yeah, we all we got out here in this world, y'all. We just
Need that.
waking up. The drop squad, this is what we created, the drop
Drop
squad
squad, baby.
for
Drop
more.
squad.
Whether you are undeclared Moor who doesn't realize you're a Moor yet, and that's what your nationality is, or if you are a Moor, we made this drop squad for that purpose right there, because we knew that we needed a voice out here in this world of representation, and we knew that we are not going to get that under being black. Like I said, black means dead, people.
Yep, non-existent. Slave
Not
property,
dead.
whatever you want, wicked.
Right. So just come on home, people. We got you. That's what the Drop Squad live show is
And we
is
should have
about.
1,000 people on the
Oh,
next show too. Anybody, tell them the next episode, man. So anybody that's listening, they can come join us and give us some, just be
indeed.
company on the show.
Indeed. Thank you, bro. Yeah, like Brother Rich said, we on twice a week. Every Sunday night, same time, 7:30, 8:30 Central Eastern. I believe that is 5:30 for our West Coast Pacific time people, family out there. So yeah, every we're on twice a week, every Sunday night and every Wednesday night. Again, that's 7:30, 8:30 Central Eastern, and 5:30 for Pacific Standard. So yeah, we out here. We want to be a vessel, not just a vessel, but a place of representation for us, because this is what Noble Drew Ali was trying to do for us. Peace be upon him, our revelator, as we call him here at the Job Squad, the revelator. So peace be upon him. And we trying to just go from there, y'all. Being black, you don't have to be that. It makes no sense to continue to call yourself black. You're not dead if you're living and breathing. And I'm not dead, as you can see. You know, we are living, breathing beings. You know, we have life inside of us. All right. So just want y'all to understand that. And yeah, as my co-host Cliff would usually say if he was still here with me, we want to thank you all for being here. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with us tonight on the Drop Squad. And so we thank you. We appreciate you. And again, we love y'all. We love our Moorish family. So yeah, peace, blessings, love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. 5 on the left, 2 on the right. And good night. Peace and blessings to everyone. Y'all take care. Brother Eric, thank you for being with us, man. Thank
Thank
you.
you. I appreciate it. Have a good night.
Always, man. Always. Thank you so much, brother. All right, y'all. We out. Peace. All right. We out. One love. Peace.